Hello, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome everybody to Saudi Arabia and to the coastal city of Dammam, where the Asian Athletics Championships at under 18 level continue. It's day 2 today. We move into the evening session. We are coming up to 5 p.m. local time in Saudi Arabia at the Prince Nayef Sports City. We are looking out over the Arabian Gulf. Well, almost. We're 3 kilometers from the eastern coastline in Saudi Arabia. And this city is the third largest in Saudi Arabia. We have lots of entertainment to come. And we start off, though, with a medal ceremony from the 500-meter race walk this morning. Dwayne DeLocca,
الميداليات الأستاذ فالش مدير المسابقات في الاتحاد الآسيوي للألعاب.
Came down to a photo finish, and the two athletes who had finished first and second would be separated by 1/100th of a second over 5,000 meters in a race walk. That is a remarkable finish, incredibly tight. This is the 6th gold medal that will be dished out at these Games, the Asian Under 18 Athletics Championships, being held for the first time by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The presentation party at the ready.
The bronze medal goes to Lo Sheng Chin, Chinese Taipei.
Lo Shengqin of Chinese Taipei finds himself in the bronze medal position. The 16-year-old who set a personal best on New Year's Day at a 10-kilometer in Tokyo with a 42.16, found himself crossing the finish line behind two athletes who would battle for first and second right the way through to the line. The silver medalist is the Asian youth record holder, Nitin Gupta. Remarkably, the man who was favored to claim the gold medal was beaten in the very final stride of this race. He holds both the Asian under 18 and under 20 records, but the man from Uttar Pradesh, the 17-year-old with a very fine future indeed, is silver medalist. But the champion, Zhu Ninghao of People's Republic of China, a man who continues to have a very successful run. The 17-year-old had a very successful March, setting personal bests in Hefei in the 10-kilometer and finished second at the National Race Walking Championships and the Grand Prix. Finds himself now crowned champion of the 5,000-meter race walk in Dammam.
Please stand for the national anthem of China.
Splendid from the young man, the 17-year-old Zhu Ninghao, 20.21.50 seconds, 20 minutes, 21.50 seconds, a championship record at these games. And for People's Republic of China, they continue their winning ways. Six gold medals dished out at the championship so far. 5 of those have gone to People's Republic of China, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia having picked up a fine gold medal as well already in championship.
The action gets to it straight away in this evening session. We have the under-18 boys 100-meter semi-finals incoming. The finals will be later tonight, and just like yesterday in the heat, there is a fair tailwind blowing these runners towards the finish. It means fast times, it means personal best, season's bests, and of course, at this stage, it is just as important the placings as much as the times. The top three go through to tonight's final automatically, joined by two of the fastest finishers after that. The man in shot from India, Chiranth, he'll go in lane 1, and outside him, the Philippines, Japan, China, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Hong Kong, China, the Republic of Korea, and Sri Lanka, all represented in this first semi-final at under-18 boys level. The man to watch out for particularly, he's been the fastest so far, is Sorato Shimizu of Japan. He was the fastest on paper coming into the competition. He's lowered that personal best in his heats in comprehensive style, 10:26. He stopped the clock, which, as you can see, leaves him a good 0.2 of a second faster than his nearest rival in this semi-final. That is Mubarak Salem Al-Yami of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So a great chance for Saudi Arabia to pick up a medal as well, because Al-Yami was really moving yesterday in finishing second. He was the third fastest qualifier overall across the 4 heats with a 10:50, which he stopped the clock at. And the tailwind yesterday was 4.1 meters per second in some of the heats. That was the strongest that the likes of Al-Yami benefited from. But after that, Sorato had a 3.9 meter per second tailwind. So their times won't be legal. It has to be under 2 seconds of tailwind in order to have that. But it is creating some very interesting conditions and some fast times for these young men. So we can see all the contenders
from the Philippines,
and they're ready to go. Chiranth of India in lane 1, the 17-year-old from Mysore. From the Philippines is He Wang Kei, the 16-year-old. And here's the man who was so impressive yesterday, Shimizu Sorato of Japan. 10:38 yesterday. He stopped the clock at in qualifying. Real contender here, though, from the People's Republic of China in Hu Jiacheng. Won his heat, but plenty were faster. Came through in a slower heat. Al-Yami, second in his heat, third fastest overall. And also an interesting lineage that this man comes from. He's the son of Salem Al-Yami, a 2-time Olympian from Sydney and Athens Olympic game. On yesterday, Jasper Koo of Hong Kong, China, qualifying with a 10:56 for these games to show the selectors that he was in good shape. Choi Myung-jin of the Republic of Korea has a season's best of 10:74. They will be able to improve that in these conditions. And Chachuska Imesh of Sri Lanka, the reigning national under-18 100-meter champion, picked that up in Sri Lanka in March. Hails from the capital, Colombo. He's out in lane 8. First of 2 semi-finals. Later tonight, one of the last events on the track will be the boys under-18 100-meter final. They have to get there first. Al-Yami takes his marks. Al-Yami in lane 5, Hu Jiacheng of China in lane 4, and Sorato Shimizu in lane 3 to be the front runners here. Sorato gets away well, keeps his head down now, hits his stride in lane 7, though, going very nicely. Choi Myung-jin of the Korea, he's fading though. Al-Yami's coming through. Sorato will win it, and in second place, very fast to finish, Jasper Koo was looking good, and Al-Yami will qualify automatically, but he started well, he ended well. He's in great shape. Sorato Shimizu of Japan.
More than just a gentle breeze that's blowing across this track. But this glorious start. So did Choi Min-jun of Republic of Korea. But by the time they hit the 40-meter mark, it was Shimizu who was well clear. But it's the amazing comeback of Jasper Koo taking on Al-Yami, who gets himself into second position on the line over Al-Yami, just in those final strides leading up to the line. But a great run from Shimizu.
Now, wasn't it just? He's taking great strides in his development as well after last summer's performance at the National Sports Festival in Japan. He's just gone from strength to strength, and he looks the strongest in the field. Heading into the final, tickets booked for Sorato Shimizu, for Jasper Koo, and for Mubarak Al-Yami of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Those are the three automatic qualifiers from the first semi-final.
Athletes from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia watching on as well. Mohammed Siraj Al-Zaya having won Saudi Arabia's first gold of these games in the boys' hammer throw. There's much expectation on the shoulders of the young athletes representing the host nation. Home turf, high hopes is often the case.
That hammer throw having not taken place on the green fields that we see here. It was taking place in a training field outside the stadium. Unfortunately, so that experience inside the Prince Nayef Sports City, not one that had been sampled, but nonetheless, what a start for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in these Asian Athletics Championships, which they're hosting for the first time. Expectation raises tonight, Dwayne, as well, with the likes of Al-Yami now into a gold medal race.
Absolutely. I think there's a great deal of expectation on his shoulders. A few other athletes who'll have similar expectations on their shoulders, including Al-Subai and Hazazi in the 400 meters as well. Both very quick athletes who can go sub 48 seconds comfortably.
Pasindu Sandiwara from Sri Lanka.
And yet more Saudi Arabian possibilities in the second semi-final of the boys' 100 meters. Sri Lanka as well represented in the form of Marapage Silwa, going in lane 1. Hong Kong China's Wong Kwok Yao goes in lane 2.
And in lane 3 is Tai Hong Yu from China.
He's the fastest in this race, Dai Hongyu of the People's Republic of China. 10:43 from his heat yesterday. That was a PB by some distance, a third of a second faster than he'd ever run. It was a plus 4.1 meter per second tailwind, which he enjoyed, and that helped him towards that target. Jun Chae-min, fourth fastest qualifier over the 4 heats from yesterday, won his heat as well. And from Macau, Leong Lok Lo goes in lane 5. He was second only to Shimizu of Japan yesterday, cut his PB by 0.3 of a second. Abdullah Nasir Al Jarian of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Another fine hope for Saudi Arabia, second in his heat yesterday. Now this man ran very well from an outside lane yesterday. Ahmed Al Jabri of Oman didn't stop him from qualifying automatically. Have to do that again in this semi-final. Kazakhstan's Beybaris Batiruli. It's mainly been a 200-meter runner as Batiruli, but he's now transitioning to the 100 meters in lane order, 1 to 8. Al-Jarian of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the youngest left in the competition across both semi-finals. Abdullah Al-Jarian, just 15 years of age. But Dai Hongyu and Jun Chae-min Leon Lok Lo and Algerian, the runners to watch out for. Top three book their places automatically in tonight's final. Two more fastest finishers will join that automatic qualifying contingent. And they are being whisked along by this tailwind, which is blowing off the Arabian Gulf. It's just 3 kilometers away, the sea from where we are. Daman right on this coastline, which links Kuwait with Bahrain, with Saudi Arabia. Wonderful location for these championships. Here we go. Lanes 3, 4 and 5, there's a full start. Dai Hongyu saves his energy, calls to a halt the screaming leg muscles that are ready to fire him towards the finish. To see who set the activator sensors off here. Felt like it might have been lane 7 and 8. Ahmed Al-Jabri potentially, or even Abdullah Al-Jarian.
Yeah, I think Algerian and Ahmed Qais Musa Khamis of Oman alongside one another, but Algerian looked like he almost fell over at the line, and maybe a little bit of nerves, and you can expect that. Continental competition. He's only 15 years old, as you said, Jack, and this is where you learn. You either win or you learn, is what my old coach used to say. And these are all experiences that add to the potential futures of these young athletes. So the officials deliberate.
Well, let us see here then. This will make it clear. It's lane 6, surely, which will be penalised. Abdullah Al-Jadian, who went off first. But maybe also Leon Lok Lo of Macau being shown the yellow card. What do you make of that, Dwayne?
Yeah, I don't see the movement from the Macau athlete, Leon. So he's confirming, is it me, is it me? And maybe there was a twitch or movement alongside the... The athletes can run under protest if there is such an incident. They can potentially run under protest. But the yellow card coming out, so there's no automatic disqualification for a false start.
One way or the other, that may have some distance to run. But right now, there's 100 meters before the line for these gentlemen, and places in tonight's final to be booked. Algerian has to put aside a potential full start, as does Leon Lok Lo. Batiruli in lane 8 gets ready, but Dai Hyungyu of China in lane 3, Jun Chae-min of Korea in lane 4, Leon of Macau in lane 5, and the second semi-final. Expected to perform well here again and powering away. Jun Chae-min keeps his legs pumping. He's now overhauled on the inside by Dai Hongyu, who's going to come in second behind Jun Chae-min, whose second 50 was blistering.
Agonizing for the Omani athlete, who's not yet at the finish line, looked to pull up, but that was superb from the Korean Jun Chae-min. You've got to feel for this young man. Pulling up short to the line. Looked to be a hamstring that went during the race. Dai Hongyu. And real credit here as well to Lung Lok Lo of Macau, China, to put that warning out of his mind and get off to the start that he got onto. And then the finish that he produced. Through the opening 40 meters, though, it was very close. And it was certainly Dai who looked to be leading the way. But by the time they hit 60 meters, there was only one man who was going to win this, and that was Jun. Jun of Republic of Korea just powers to the line ahead of Dai and Leung, finishing third. So those three, the automatic qualifiers for the final.
And Dwayne, we thought that Ahmed Al Jabri of Oman might be a contender as the fastest finisher potentially for the final. So a real shame for the young man.
Yeah, this is absolutely disappointing. This is not how you want your championships to end. Had the potential, had a decent enough start as well in the race. Could have got himself potentially into the top three, or maybe one of the fastest qualifiers to advance to the final. And he's comfortably below 11 seconds over this distance. And on your day with a little bit of a tailwind, maybe there's a chance of going really low and getting yourself into the final. To focus on some field events. The women's long jump and the men's pole vault are early events in the field. Uzbekistan's Kodirova Stukrona among those lining up.
From Hong Kong, China.
Hong Kong, China's Janice Chung.
Number 6 is
Best of 5:55.
from Korea.
These are the athletes. The order they will be going in for the first three attempts. So Yeji of Republic of Korea will go 6th in the rotation first up. Only one of these athletes has cleared 6 meters in competition though, and that is Liang Morong of China. But Singapore's Chloe Chi is very close to that mark and seeking a medal for Singapore.
Here we meet Mertz Milena from Kazakhstan.
Mert Malena من Kazakhstan.
Now we have Fatima Munir from Saudi Arabia.
وفاطمة منير من المملكة العربية السعودية.
Just bringing
And finally, we have
a little bit of confirmation on how these under 18 100 meters played out with Shimizu with that 10:28 time that he recorded. So looking in good shape ahead of tonight's final. Ku of Hong Kong, China, and then Mubarak Al-Yami, a 10:47 qualifier. So Silwa with a 10:67 and Choi Myung-jin with 10:70 might be in with a chance of qualifying for the final. This was the first of the two semi-finals. And Serato Shimizu well out in front. Although he's looking very good, he still hasn't even reached his best. Not this season. He's a 10:26 man so far in 2025. And just look at the time here for John Chae-min. Well, he's actually faster than Shimizu. 10:26. He stopped the clock. Dai Hongyu just behind, and he was easing up for 10:35. Leong Lok Lo from Macau, very smoothly done in order to get third pace from the man from Macau. This was how semi-final number 2. Good start and a powerful start from the Korean. And then his second 50. Well, that was the difference maker in this contest because he was behind after 50 to Dai Hongyu. And you can see Dai Hongyu certainly saving something for the final. A little check to see where he was. 1, 2, 3, well out in front. And it meant that the two fastest finishers both came from the first of those semi-finals.
To the long jump. Here's Chloe Chi. 5m90, her personal best, looking to get her series underway. Competitors will have 3 attempts to get themselves into the top 8. After that, the athletes will have another 3 attempts to increase their distance, and will go in reverse order of the standings midway through the competition. Chi looking to post a good jump early on and gets the white flag. Somebody who's gone 5m90 this season. Jangit Jyoti of India will be next to go. Liang Morong of People's Republic of China is widely expected to be the athlete to beat. 5:69, so it's a decent start. It's a good distance posted on the board nice and early. Incidentally, 5:69 is the personal best of this young lady, Jyoti Jangit of India. 5:69. So she's going to need to set a personal best to match that mark of Chloe Chi. Most of the athletes in this field are around about the 5:65 mark. And she's gone right over the board. So that won't count. Red flag as a result, so no measurement in the first round of her series for Jyoti Jangit. There's 3 or 4 phases, depending on how you look at it, to break down in the long jump. You've got the approach, which is about building momentum down the runway. You've got the takeoff. And then some people talk about the flight, and that's how you actually go through the air, and then the landing. And it's very intentional in long jump.
In lane 5 is Li Yongqie from China.
Men's 400 meters is where we go next.
In lane 6, Syed Zabir from India.
There's a chance for real medals to be dished out to some very fast competitors. There's Sri Lanka's Irish Bogoda. Syed Sabir of India goes in lane 6.
And in lane 8 is Musad.
Going in lane 7 on his outside is Harun Ahmad of Qatar. Musad Ubaid Al-Stubai, one of 2 from Saudi Arabia who will go in this final, will go in lane 8. But just to take you through the lineups, going in lane 1 is Bogoda of Sri Lanka. China's Li Jinghao goes in 2. Azazi of Saudi Arabia goes in 3. Hassan of Qatar goes in 4. Li of China goes in 5. Sabir of India in 6. Ahmad of Qatar in 7. And in 8 for Saudi Arabia is Al-Subai. Both Qatar athletes are in the form of their lives here. They've run personal bests already at these championships, and the qualifiers coming to this final, the likes of Li Yongqie and Syed Sabir, look very comfortable in doing enough to qualify for the finals in decent lanes without expending all of their energy as well. But do watch out for the 2 athletes from the host nation, Hasazi in 3 and Al-Subai in 8. And the starters' orders and getting underway in the men's under 18 400-meter final. These boys have got 1 lap of the track to run. It's flat. Going in lane 8, Al-Subai is showing some real speed. And bear in mind, South Africa's Wade van Niekerk set the world record running from lane 8, the outside lane at Rio 2016, when he romped to gold in 43.03, the world record that still remains. But this is Lee Young-jae's race, the way he's running into this bend, and he runs a very tight bend. The two athletes from Qatar, not to be discounted, Hassan going in 4 and Steven Ahmad as well. That this is a phenomenal run from Al-Subai going in lane 8. He shot out and he's holding on this momentum. Will he be caught in the back straight though? Hassan is looking to close down on him. Hassan is bearing down, and this is a wonderful finish from Ahmad as well. Lee is coming through the center. Who's it going to be at the line? It's going to be Lee, just ahead of the two Qatari athletes, and for Al-Subai missing out on the line. Heartbreak for the young athlete from Saudi Arabia. But Lee Young-jae, a remarkable run for a man who's done so much already in his very short career. The 16-year-old from China who ran that 47.7 earlier this year in Shandong, the same place where he had set a new personal best in the 200 meter as well. He romps to victory here, but it's the final 40 meters in which he gets the job done. This is, Jack, a very bold, brave start from Al-Subai going in lane 8 though, and oh so nearly in the middles.
You love to see it, don't you? And that lasted a long, long time, right up until 50 meters from home is when he was getting hauled in here. At this point, you felt the tailwind was going to bring him all the way there. But what a comeback from the two Qatari runners. But then Lee of China out, dragging them all in this final straight. So close between these four, and Lee timing it perfectly.
Yeah, that was sensational. Lee Qinghao and Lee Young-jae celebrating alongside one another, but it's the man in lane 5 as he ran, Lee Young-jae, who claims the medal, the gold medal. And that means 6 gold medals now for People's Republic of China, who are top of the medal standings here in Dammam, Saudi 2025. Back to the long jump we go. Milena Mertz gets the white flag, so a legal jump in her opening round. Opening round jump for Fatima Munir Al-Sada of Saudi Arabia. This is the girls' long jump. The Asian youth record standing at 6 meters 63. 6 meters 34 is the championship record. It'll take some effort from these competitors to reach either of those marks, given the form that they're in, but still plenty of positives to be had, and athletes aiming for personal milestones. And that's going to be over the board, I suspect. Oh no, good plant, good plant. Fatima Munir Al-Sada. Yeah, well behind the board in the end. Just getting out towards the 4 meter 40 mark, which is where her personal best stands, 4:31. So currently 8th. Nisrin Mawad of Lebanon next to go. A little drifting down the lane. A solid enough plant. You need to build good speed down the runway. Here's the favorite for the gold medal. Somebody who's been in really solid form, Liang Morong of China. Going 6 meters 08 so far this year. Gets good speed down the runway. Mawad with a 4.73 at her first attempt. The athlete from Lebanon. Great acceleration for the Chinese athlete. How she builds her acceleration and her momentum on the approach that is so impressive, gives her a genuine advantage as she goes towards her takeoff, which is an absolutely crucial part for the athlete. Good momentum build up on the approach. Has she gone over the board? It looks tight. No, she's got a good plant again.
It's the time of the 400-meter final for the under-18 girls. Double representation for Uzbekistan out in lane 8. Moyayo Gulmarova coming in lane 7, a real contender actually in Japan's Imameen Saki.
In lane 5 is Edwin Jason from India.
Deng Nekshi just there. She's waiting for her turn. This is how things look from 1 to 8. The two Indian runners are the fastest qualifiers, Tanu and Edwina Jason. Tanu, the fastest of the two, but it was the 15-year-old Jason who won the under-18 nationals in India ahead of Tanu. But here in Daman, Tanu has turned the tables on the ever so slightly younger of the two Indian runners. So medals expected from these two. Tanu qualifying for this final with a time of 56.69.
From Uzbekistan.
Edwina Jason, just the third fastest qualifier, actually behind the Chinese runner, He Bei-shi. But He is outside in lane 6 because she wasn't the winner of her heat, despite being a touch quicker than Jason. So let's meet all of the runners, starting in lane 8. Moyayo Gulmarova of Uzbekistan. She was an automatic qualifier with a time of 58.22. Then in lane 7, Imameen Saki of Japan, who was second in her heat behind Edwina Jason. He Bei-shi of the People's Republic of China in lane 6, the second fastest qualifier. Then Edwina Jason of India, the third fastest qualifier. The fastest in the field based on the qualifying heats, Tanu in lane 4 of India. Deng Nanshi in the red vest of the People's Republic of China is in lane 3. Lorraine Audrey Batala of the Philippines, one of the fastest finishers outside of the top automatic qualification spot. She's in lane 2 of the Philippines. And in lane 1, Darya Jelina of Uzbekistan. Two Chinese runners, two Indian runners, two Uzbekistan runners in this girls' final. Particular close attention to lanes 4 and 5 and the light blue vests of the two Indian runners, Tanu in 4 and Jason in 5. And they're off in the under-18 girls 400-meter final in Saudi Arabia. Going out hard goes Imameen Saki, one of those contenders who in lane 7 could cause some problems. She hits the front. Saki in the Japanese vest. Tanu and Jason now looking to stamp their authority on this field, but driving a hard pace is He Bei-shi, the second fastest qualifier from China in lane 6. On her inside, Edwina Jason is tracking her down, but Tanu is leaving things to the last 200 meters to put the pace on things. She's been overtaken by Deng Nanshi of China. Batala and Jelina are well down on the field. Jason is in second. Imameen Saki is holding this pace in lane 7 for Japan, and she's still out in front. She's fighting ever so hard to make this line. She's going to take it. Saki, the winner from Tanu of India, and Deng Nanshi of the People's Republic of China with the bronze. She was behind Jason in her heats. She looked like a contender on paper, and my goodness, she performed like a contender. One that became the champion, Imameen Saki of Japan with the gold medal. Dwayne, lane 7, lane 8, it's not always a nice place to be, but when it goes well like that, it's a glory run.
What it does is when you're in the inside lane is it gives you an opportunity you have a marker that you can aim at. When you're running in the outside lane, you don't have that marker. So this is excellent for Imam Saki, who just blew past Gulmurodova in the early stages of this race to be able to come back. But how about that finish from Tanu? She came from 5th or 6th to claim the silver medal in this race, but that's a very fine gold medal for Japan. The first for Japan at these championships for Imam Saki. And she can delight in what was a telling run, despite the fact that she was holding on in the closing meters.
Bronze medal for the People's Republic of China and Deng Nanxi as well. Only 3rd in her heat, turns that into 3rd in the final. And the Japanese flag fluttering in the breeze of the Arabian Gulf for Imam Saki. It's time for the boys' discus final now. As the athletes get ready, there are 16 athletes to get ready for. It's a big field. Qatar represented, Malaysia, Kazakhstan. Very, very diverse number of competitors who are looking to score a medal in this discus final. Inside the cage, Armel Meza, Son Changjun, Yusuf Salem Mohammed of the UAE, Abdul Rahman Al Rashidi of Kuwait, Kresoki Vadim of Kazakhstan, and the setup of Ahmed Dawi to give him a 58.10 beginning on the board for the Qatari. Bronze medalist for Qatar in 2022, thanks to Jibreen Adum Ahmed. So Ahmed Dawi following in with hopes from previous years for Qatar. But China, as so often the way in this Asian athletics competition, but particularly in the field events, looking to be on the top step of the podium. China's Wan Xishuan, as well as Hang Qigeng, are some of the big names to watch out for. And it is a Chinese Asian youth record as well that exists at this level. 62.73 for Wan. So interesting to see that Wan already blowing his season's best and personal best out of the water here by almost 3 meters. Wan Xiyuan, great start for him.
And Jack, just to add, a championship record with that opening attempt of his.
Absolutely, overhauling that by almost 2 meters as well. Mohammad Reza Rahmanifar of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That goes back to 2019 as well. That's been some target to beat for some time, but in just the most casual of ways, superseded. 53.93 for Vishal Kumar. First throw for him, and he can go further. 3 meters or so further for his season's best. So Saleh Adum Mahmoud of Qatar. 52-meter plus man so far in his young career. That's over the 50-meter banner, but perhaps not the furthest he's ever thrown. He does make it stick. Is over 50 meters, but 50.66. Whilst we're talking records, them having been beaten, the Asian youth record is 68.28 for this discipline, held by Li Zedong of the People's Republic of China, and that goes back to 2006, Twain, when that distance was recorded in Yantai by Li Zedong. China's next runner in this one, Han Shizheng. That's interesting, isn't it? That's an interesting distance too. He can throw over 60, this man. 57.43. So the two Chinese discus throwers in command early on.
Yeah, good technique. They've got really good speed in the rotation. And bear in mind, you've got to rotate around this 2.5 meter diameter circle to try and send that metal disc flying out as far as possible. As Nisha of India goes wide of the segment, so that will be a no measurement in his first round.
India, strong performers in the discus at these Asian Athletics Championships. They've won 2 of the golds in the previous 5 editions in 2017 and 2022. First throw for Son Chang-yun is 53.36. This man has a very, very big personal best, 767, that he has been able to throw in the past. So if he gets anything like close to that, we're going to be knocking on the Asian youth record territory. However, he begins with a 53.36, the man from Korea.
It's also a little bit of an awkward time for these young competitors, in the sense that many are stepping up to compete in the senior ranks where the metal disc weighs 2 kilograms, and they've gone from 1 kilogram to 1.5 kilograms to 2 kilograms in their training. And it's a massive adjustment throwing a disc that weighs 1 kilogram compared to one weighing 2 kilograms. And I think you witness a lot of that in these youth competitions as well. See that there are a few struggles for some of the athletes, but that's not to say that they're not excellent at what they do. It's just an adaptation phase that they need to go through. Abdul Rahman of Kuwait finds himself going 43.43 in his second round.
And Dwayne, that is by a distance a new personal best for Al Rashidi of Kuwait, beating his previous best by over a meter. So Vadim Pesotsky of Kazakhstan now. Kazakhstan have never finished higher than 8th in a discus competition at the Asian Athletics Championships at under 18 level. 41.14 for Pesotsky. Finishes down on what he's capable of by 4 meters or so. He's a 45-meter man. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Next to go, Mohammed Essa Al-Subai. Good speed through the circle. 27. So he is a little down on what he's capable of as well. But these are distances on the board at least for these athletes. No one really struggling, only one no measurement so far. Uzbekistan's Azizbek Abdugofarov with that last throw. 41.77 for Abdugofarov. Singapore's Ansan Loh now. Good record in this competition. Singapore, back in 2015, the inaugural Asian Athletics Championships at under-18 level. Eric Yi won the silver. They haven't topped that since. Ansan Loh is here to try and change that. Almost up to the 50-meter line. Should place him in around about the mid-sector so far of those who have thrown.
We turn our attention back to the track now. The boys' 110-meter hurdle heats to come. There are 3 heats. Top 2 from each heat, plus the next 2 fastest qualify for the final. 6 competitors who go in the first of the 3 heats. Dmitry Kulibaba of Kazakhstan going in lane 2. Takajo Koki goes in lane 3. He's around 13.5 mark. From Chinese Taipei, Lei Chi-tun.
In lane 5 is Mohammed Al-Riel.
Going in lane 5 is Malaysia's Mohammed Ariel Iskandar bin Rusli. He and Lei Chi-tun
In lane 6,
both 30.74, their best marks.
of Singapore.
Garrett Chua of Singapore is a much improved athlete over the last 12 months. He's looking to go lower than the 14-second mark at these championships, which will set a new personal best for him. Zenedin Ravshanov of Uzbekistan will go in lane 7. Confirmation then of the competitors. Takajo, Lei and bin Rusli, the 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, the remainder. At 13.52, the mark laid down by Takajo Koki. So much about the hurdles is about maintaining your momentum and you're finding your rhythm. And to do that, you need to avoid striking the hurdles. And every so often, that is not the case for the athletes whose momentum is disrupted. What it does when you hit the hurdle is it breaks your stride. And once your stride is broken, trying to regain your stride between the hurdles becomes genuinely problematic. You lose a lot of momentum, you decelerate sharply, and as a result, your times are significantly affected. But Takajo Koki has been running well, so too Lei and bin Rusli. Getting away brilliantly in lane 3 was Takajo Koki, but it's Garrett Chua who's off to the best start here for Singapore. I say he's been much improved, but I tell you what, he's really taking the race to Takajo. It's the top 2 who automatically qualify, and there's no problem at all for Garrett Chua. That is a grand run for the Singaporean, despite the fact that Takajo Koki took the race. Garrett Chua stormed into second, and for much of the race was given the favourite a bit of a fright. Very solid run. Jack, what a great start for the Japanese star. And in the end, perhaps that's what separated him from Karachua.
You see it then, don't you? You just see already after 3 or 4 meters ahead. And although he was being got at towards the end, he had, well, a body's width between him and the rest of the field.
So a very solid run from Takajo Koki. But thoroughly impressive run from Karachua of Singapore. And that's great news for the young athlete. There are massive events coming up for the Singapore of the Southeast Asia Games, which is massive for the region of Southeast Asia. And that will be happening later this year. So 13.46 is the time for the winner, Takajo Koki. Karachua qualifies with a 13.52, and he has absolutely smashed his personal best. Takajo Koki below the 13.5 mark. A very good time indeed. There is a little bit of a tailwind for the athletes, so bear that in mind. But they kept the momentum well. Back to the girls' long jump. Nisrin Mawad gets the white flag. It's a good jump. Looking to get out towards the 5-meter mark. $4.53 for Mawad of Lebanon. She's currently in the top 8 after 3 attempts. So now what will happen is competitors in the top 8 will have another 3 attempts to increase their distance in the long jump. They'll go in reverse order of their standings midway through this competition. In other words, the top competitor after 3 rounds will go last in the rotation from here on in.
Back to a discus, and back to the sizable figure of Son of the Republic of Korea. So his second throw of the competition. He's got a 53.36 in his first. He's capable of going much, much further in terms of his personal best, but it won't happen on that occasion. That was a no throw. Actually up to his 3rd attempt now, so...
Number 3, Sun Chihao from China.
Unable to improve on his previous best.
Back to the track. Yeah, back to the 110 hurdles now, boys. The second heat of 3. Abdullah Al-Nezi of Kuwait going in lane 2, going in lane 3. Sun Chihao Lin Jian of Chinese Taipei goes in lane 4.
Is Hassan
from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Hassan Issa Hakawi.
Saudi Arabia.
13.86 at his best. Should stand him in good stead in the heats if he can post a time comparable to that. Chong Ho Lun of Hong Kong, China goes in lane 6.
And in lane 7 is Nivet B from India.
Nivet B of India goes in lane 7. Nivet, maybe not quite the times that he would like coming into these championships, but he's from India who goes in this 110-meter hurdles field, and India have such an incredible pedigree at these championships. They lie second only behind China on the overall medal standings over the years. And there is the man from China Sun Jihao, Chinese Taipei alongside him, and Saudi Arabia alongside him. Sun the quickest in the field, 13.62, his personal best. We saw a very fast first heat, which Takajo Koki took it from Garrett Chua, Japan from Singapore.
Set.
Getting away well, going in lane 2 is Abdullah Al-Nezi of Kuwait, but really into his stride quickly is Hassanissa Hakawi, and he looks to be leading the way. Coming back at him, though, is Sun Jihao. Sun Jihao has stretched his advantage, and he'll get to the finish line first, only just ahead of the home favourite. So the top 2 automatically qualifying, and the next fastest qualify for the final, the next 2 fastest. But that's a very solid victory for Sun Jihao.
He's a 13.62 man, Dwayne, and we'll keep an eye on the clock to see where this comes in, because it was a very fine run indeed. Great to see Hassan Hakawi as well, of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, up with him. But never in doubt, was it?
No. I think the result ultimately is maybe a little closer than some might have expected, but that was in large part down to the fact that Sun eased off in the closing meters. But a really solid run from Hassanissa Hakawi, who finishes 13.61, so he goes to a new personal best. 13.57, a new PB as well for Sun Jihao. Not quite as quick as the first heat, but still a very fast heat. 14.03, Chong Ho Lun might be looking out for his chance of making it through to the final. Lei, Chinese Taipei in the first heat, might be fancying his chance as one of the 2 fastest qualifiers.
Here we go again, back to the discus, which is entering the business end of proceedings now. Now, has that gone over 50? Not quite. Syed Ali bin Syed Ahmed of Malaysia. Just short of what he has proved capable of this season. Not quite over the 50-metre mark, 49.84. Kazakhstan's Maxim Sajnev. It's set. How crisp can he be? Can he get this exactly right and go further? Well, it came out and it hit the net. It was well, not crisp at all, unfortunately for Maxim Najev.
In lane 3 is Leong Wai Kwan from Hong Kong.
Ahmed Dawi.
And in lane 4 is Xiang Kuo Wei from Huna.
Back to the track we go. It's the third and final heat to come of the boys 110-metre hurdles. Going in lane 2 of Kuwait, Mishari Al-Mutairi. Leong Wai Kwan of Hong Kong, China goes in lane 3. Xiang Kuo Wei of China goes in 4. Abu Bakr Ademidris goes for Qatar in lane 5. Georgi Kozma of Kazakhstan goes in lane 6. And the man in lane 7 represents the host nation, Mutlaq Khadir Al-Sadouli, will go from 7. He's got a 43.5 personal best. Leong Wai Kwan of Hong Kong, China, and China's Xiang Kuo Wei, very similar times, 13.67 and 13.69. Their times coming into these championships. Al-Sadouli might be inspired by the performance of Hassan Issa Hakawi in the earlier heat. Start list. 15-year-old from Qatar goes in lane 5. Outside of him are all 17-year-olds. There's going to be some effort for him to automatically qualify for the final. Only the top 2 automatically qualify for the final, and the next 2 fastest qualifiers. But there is a chance. If you've got a lane, you've got a chance, so they say. He's one of the favorites, Leung Mai Kwan. Leung Mai Kwan gets away really well. Mishari Al-Mutari, though, is really quick. But watch Idris going through the center. And Al-Saluli of Saudi Arabia. Al-Mutari, though, is absolutely tearing it up, going in lane 2. He's going to take it as well and automatically qualify. I think it might be Shang just ahead of Leung, who takes second. But that is some margin of victory in this third and final heat, and it's an absolutely ecstatic coach who greets Mishari Al-Mutari at the finish line. And why not? After that performance, Al-Saluli looked really strong during the race, but come the finish line, Leung and Xiang were closing quickly, and Idris was not too far off. But it was all a battle for second place to see who automatically qualified for the final alongside this man, Mishari Al-Mutari. What a run. That's going to be a big new personal best.
Well, Dwayne, it's the danger of taking too much credence into what we see on paper with personal best and season's best at this stage, because this man was the slowest in the field coming into this, and look at how much he's beaten everyone by. 14.73 was the fastest he'd run before. He has surely obliterated that. Wonderful run.
An exceptional run indeed. So Shang takes it just from Al-Saluli. They're separated by 1/100th of a second, but how about that? Over a second better than his previous time coming into this. Mishari Al-Mutari qualifies for the final with a 13.66. Shang makes his way into the final. I think Al-Saluli will just miss out on times, given how fast the first heat was in the boys 110-meter hurdles. The long jump continues. Kudurova Shukrona. Looking to go beyond the 5-meter mark.
And Dwayne, worth us highlighting that the quality of the Uzbekistan girls team at these Asian Athletics Championships, because in the last couple of editions, Sharifa Davonarova has stunned the field. She was the long and triple jump champion back in 2022. She retained her triple jump gold in 2023, but had to settle for the silver in Tashkent. There's a fine record for Uzbekistan in this competition.
They've got a lot of really good heptathletes who tend to focus on the triple jump and long jumps in the country, and it certainly shows in competition. You're right about that. That's Kazakhstan's Milena Merz next to go. So these are all athletes finished inside the top 8 during the first 3 attempts. Good acceleration, and she stepped over the plank into the plasticine, and that'll be a no jump. So she remains 5th overall. Now, currently 4th overall is Ying Lao Hoi. Hoi Ying, rather, from Hong Kong, China. looks to focus on the speed and acceleration down the runway. That's some very good speed, but not quite the jump she would have imagined. Just a little flat and didn't quite get the trajectory and takeoff that she might have wanted. Maybe the flight a little disappointing, and the kind of jump that you might want to have over again. So 5m10, she remains fourth. Third overall, currently inside the top three from Republic of Korea. So Ye-ji trying to find a rhythm off the crowd. She's looking to get out over 5m50, maybe even out towards the 6m mark. Not nearly close to the 6m mark with that jump, however. So Ye-ji, third through the opening two, 5:55. It's a good jump. Yeah, that's excellent down the runway. Her takeoff was solid, a lot better in the flight, and her landing looked solid as well. Overall, a fine long jump.
It's now time for the 100-meter hurdles for the girls' side of things. We get going with 2 heats. This is the first. Lanes 2 to 8 taken up. 3 15-year-olds in the field. Uzbekistan, China, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, the Philippines, Hong Kong, China, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, all represented. Well, this first of 2 semi-finals includes the fastest in the field across all competitors. On paper, it is the Chinese He Yihui, who has recorded the best personal best in the past. She's in lane 3.
100 meters hurdle
13:90.
And we begin with
has been the best that she has run. Continuing China's impressive form at 100-meter hurdles. They hold the championship record in this competition. Uzbekistan's Nigina Bonu Rajabova here.
We have Natimerga
in lane 2. She ran her season's best of 15 seconds 11. She is just outside the fastest in the race, so we'll see how that potentially helps her. Going next to this woman here, He Yihui, who has a 13.9 personal best. The fastest in this heat and the fastest across both semi-finals. Alina Golovina of Kazakhstan is next.
In lane 5 is Cassandra
14:16, the fastest that she has ever run. And a woman who has already picked up a major title at under 18 level, Cassandra Joanna Patrick of Malaysia. She won the Southeast Asian Athletics Championships over hurdles last year. Well, Angel Villagracia of the Philippines is known as the ace in the hurdles race after her performance last year at the National Secondary Schools competition, which she won from the Capiz National High School in the Philippines. Hong Kong, China's
and finally in lane
Tam Yang Q, 14:79 for her personal best, and
from Saudi
the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Fatima Osama Al Khaifa in lane 8. One of those 15-year-olds in the field, aiming to. Does feel as well as if the tailwind which we had over the 100 meters and even over the 110-meter hurdles earlier on, has not sustained into as the evening bears onwards. We're just past 6 p.m. local time in Daman in Saudi Arabia. Golovina, Patrick, Villagracia in the centre lanes. They're the ones to look out for. Villagracia gets off to a very good start. Hey Yu is doing nicely in lane 3, looking very comfortable actually. Good form, elegance as well. Comfortably goes to take this and eases up towards the end. He Yihui of China, and I think in second place, Uzbekistan's Nigana Bonu Rajabova might have taken second position. And if she's done that, then she has lowered her personal best by some way. But He Yihui of China, the winner, and a comfortable winner.
Yeah, really like the look of Anel Villagracia in this race as well, but He Yihui just dominated from start to finish. She was not going to be denied, and once she cleared the final hurdle, it was almost a walk to the line. But I think you're right, Rajabova just getting there ahead of Villagracia. But top 3 automatically qualifying in this race, so it's good that you've got a lane draw automatically for those 3 competitors. But her outstanding, not expending as much energy as many of the other athletes in the field, and that stand her in very good stead for the final.
She had the billing, she had the credentials to point towards her being a favourite, and a favourite she very much was. She has underlined that ahead of the finals, her Yihui. Lights are on in the stadium in Daman, the Prince Naif Sports City. We're actually halfway between Daman and Al Katif, 3 kilometers away from the eastern coastline of Saudi Arabia. And the discus enters the later rounds now. India in the circle. Oh, that's looking good. That's certainly looking like an improvement on previous efforts. Around the 55-meter mark or so. 55.16, and that is India's Nishay, who is getting towards some of his best throws. He can go over 60, so he's got a way to go still. Qatar next. Qatar's Hamadawi Al Sultan here. That's looking much better as well. Good speed, but a little too wayward. It did come out of the hand too early. So that's out of the sector. And his fourth, or rather his 5th attempt is a no measurement. It's a shame for Al Sultan.
And now it's time for Heat 2.
The second semi-final though, incoming
now it's time for
in the girls' 100-meter hurdles.
And this heat features Sodione Rohomonov from Uzbekistan.
It's
the familiar lane order. Uzbekistan in 2, People's Republic of China in 3. That worked very well in the last round for Rajabova and her teammate Shodiona Rakhmonova.
In fact, from China.
Next to go. Can there be 2 Uzbekistan hurdlers in the final? Bao Yin is the fastest on paper in the heat, equal with this young woman here from Chinese Taipei, Xiao Che. 13.96. They're the only 2 to have run under 14 seconds in their lifetime. Wo Hoi Yu Rochelle of Hong Kong, China.
From Hong Kong, China.
She goes in the centre lane, lane 5.
In lane 6 is
just outside her in lane 6 from India. A 14.5 second run, a 14.55. Shuryambure.
In lane 7,
Kazakhstan's Olga Bychenko,
Olga.
following on from teammate Alina Golovina in lane 7. And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia again, Mayash Abdullah Al Fakir from Saudi Arabia. Second semi-final in the 100-meter hurdles. And there we see Al Fakir Allah, 16 years of age and an 18 seconds personal best. So looking to go lower than that here. But the competition between Bao Yinyin of China and just outside her, Xiao Che of Chinese Taipei will be particularly interesting. They have the same personal best of 13.96. Let's see if Uzbekistan can perform well again from lane 2 in Rakhmonova. Bao Yinyin in lane 3, Xiao Che in lane 4. China and Chinese Taipei maybe shooting this out. Out of the blocks goes Bao Yinyin very nicely into her stride. Shauryanbue of India looking very good as well in lane 6. The Indian is flying down this straight here into her stride properly now is Bao Yinyin. Is she going to call this back? She's not. Shauryanbue takes the victory. Brilliant performance from this young woman. 14.55 was her personal best previously. She has surely lowered that up against Bao Yinyin. And Bao had to settle for second.
Yeah, spot on. Bao Yinyin, very much the favoured athlete going into this second heat of 2. But watch the start, watch the start. There's a really good start from Shauryanbue. Rochelle Wu alongside her of Hong Kong, China as well, got a really good start. But just would not be caught with Shauryanbue. Bao Yinyin gets there just second, and I think it's Rakhmonova, Shuriona Rakhmonova, who's got to the line third to automatically qualify for the final. But that's an exceptional run from Shauryanbue of India. And a smile. Job halfway done.
What a performance, and one of the unexpected kind as well from Shauryanbue. Congratulations to her. She's through to the final, and we'll try and bring confirmation of who those finalists are once the fastest finishers have been properly calculated as well.
And next we have Yunus and Al-Balush from Qatar.
يونس عيد البلوشي من قطر.
And the next athlete is Abbas Nasser from Kuwait.
So to the field go.
عباس ناصر من الكويت.
This is the boys pole vault final.
The next athlete is
Mohammed Abbas Ali Abdul Karim Al Ghalab of Saudi Arabia. Qatar's Yunus Aid Al Balushi. Abbas Nasser of Kuwait. Singapore's
now we have Yusuf Abdullah
Zhang Yunfan
from Kuwait.
Kuwait's Yusuf Abdullah.
من الكويت.
And in lane
lining up alongside another Singaporean athlete,
we have Skedin
Halil bin Zaid
from Kazakhstan.
That's Dimitri Shkirdin.
خالد بن زيد من سنغافورة.
And next we have Khalil bin Zayed from Singapore.
There's Khalil bin Zaid of Singapore.
شكردين درمزي من كازاخستان.
Al Abdullah.
And now we have Haider Ali Al.
Delighted to be part of this field. So to Al Balushi, who was acknowledging those here in the stand.
من المملكة العربية السعودية.
And
Haider Ali Al Ruki of Saudi Arabia will be the penultimate competitor to go in the opening round of the pole vault. Abdullah Saad Al Abdullah of Qatar. He'll go last in the first rotation. Only 5 of these athletes have cleared 4 meters in official competition, including both the competitors from Qatar. They are among the older competitors. Khalil bin Zayed and Jiang Yun Fan of Singapore are both only 15 years old. They are fast improving, are the young athletes from Singapore. They have the option of heading to the sports school in Singapore. Wonderful facilities that allow the athletes to develop in environments that are tailor-made for athletes who are balancing studies with elite competition. For the athletes from Saudi Arabia, again, it's a platform, it's a chance to show their prowess. And what could be more significant than competing on home soil? And certainly there's a growing sports vision in the kingdom, and this youth development aspect is very much a core pillar for the strategy of Saudi Arabia. This event, one of the first major tests of that ambition.
And Dwayne, amongst other things, it's great to see the full presentation of these athletes into the arena. It's not something we've had the luxury of seeing in the field events so far, because the track and field have been coming so thick and fast. But we get to observe the athletes at preparation as well as performance time.
Yeah, indeed. I think for so many of these young athletes, it's really important that they get acknowledged, because usually we get to major championships and the athletes come out in groups, in bunches. They aren't introduced individually. It's only come final time that the athletes are introduced individually. So for these young athletes to experience something like this, have your name called out in a stadium, in a competitive environment while representing your country on a continental stage, it's just another feather in the cap, so to speak. It's just a wonderful opportunity. And what we've seen so far is the future of Asian athletics is fast, fearless, and full of promise.
It's a continental event, of course, but athletes from Qatar, and we see some of them competing tonight in this event. Kuwait, Bahrain. Oh, it's a local event. They're just from 4 hours down the road in a car for Qatar, just south of where we are in Saudi Arabia. Not far, not so far for them to travel. Kuwait 4 hours to the north from here. Bahrain just less than an hour's away. So if you drive that quickly, then you're getting there. Then you're getting there very quickly as well. You've got to cross the Saudi Arabia causeway to get to Bahrain from here. It's a well-positioned event for these athletes, particularly if you're from nearby, from Qatar, Bahrain, or Kuwait.
An excellent point. The 2 Qatari athletes will be fancying their chances. The 2 athletes, Al Balushi and Al Abdullah, they've both been 475 this year, which leaves them, if you'll pardon the horrible pun, in pole position for gold and silver. But in this pole vault event, nothing is done and dusted. Certainly there's plenty of chance for the other athletes to claim gold, silver and bronze. The starting height of the bar is going to be 3.50 meters. It's going to increase to 3.70 meters for the second jump, and then by 10 centimeter increments until 4.20 meters. After that, the bar will be raised by 5 centimeters at a time. There are some of the international coaches who work as part of the coaching staff for the kingdom, who hosts this event for the very first time. Saudi Arabia, a history of strong performances in regional athletics competitions. Certainly at the 10th Arab Youth Championships last year as well. Saudi Arabia athletes securing a load of victories, a range of events, and they're looking to continue their upward trend. Well, we've already seen Al Zayer's victory in the hammer throw. The likes of Salem Al-Yami, Mubarak Salem Al-Yami, set to go in the 100-meter final later this session as well. Might be among those hoping to rewrite a little bit of history for himself, for the host nation. One of the genuine prospects. But there are other countries, other contingents who have so much hope. As we return to the long jump, Chloe Chi. Now, Chloe Chi, one of those contesting for the gold medal here. She's just stepped over the mark. And that'll be a no jump, no measurement for Chloe Chi. Singaporean, good speed down the runway. Getting to her approach and just a little reach too far. It was a fine jump. She's well beyond the 6-meter mark. But she's overstepped. Here's the favorite. Here's the leader. Liang of China. The only athlete in the field that's been over 6 meters in competition coming into this event. Liang Morong. Oh, that's a very big jump. She'll be delighted with that. That's an excellent flight. Good speed down the runway. Takeoff was solid. Excellent flight and a solid landing. 6 meters 23 as she finishes her competition and secures the gold medal for China. Liang Morong. What a long jump called. What a way to finish. Big PB. So to the pole vaults, competitors have been warming up. Reminder that the pole is set at 3 meters 50, and the athletes can enter at any height. They do have 3 chances to clear each height that they attempt. If they do attempt to go to a higher height, they can do so, but any failed clearances prior to that height carry over. First go is a false go.
On to the next event, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be the men's 2,000 meter steeplechase finals.
There's among the favorites.
Let's meet the athletes. We have
Bernard Al-Balushi and Al Abdallah of Qatar, both been 475 this season. The 5 meter mark in this age group is the magical mark.
Qatar already with gold medals in the bag from previous editions at the Asian Athletics Championship from a couple of years ago. But our attentions go back to the track and the 2,000 meter steeplechase.
Steeplechase.
next we have
A very testing and grueling event. Run over 2,000 meters at youth level. It's run over 3,000 meters at full senior international level. But this has athletes dropping steeples and indeed a water jump as well, which just adds to the element of endurance that is required to compete this event. The athletes who go in this final, Li Guangxi of China, Saudi Arabia's Hashim Ahmed Hakim. Great chance of a medal here, 6:15 run already spent. Li Guangxi, incidentally, the only athlete in the field. Uzbekistan's Shofjahon Kharulev going from position 3. Kazakhstan's Alibek Ramazan.
from Yemen,
Uzbekistan's Rakhmatov Kobiljon.
Basil Habib Al-Sibara
Jakselik Miras of
from
Kazakhstan.
Saudi Arabia.
Yemen's Mohammed Ali Hafdullah Al-Khader, Basil Habib Al-Safwani of Saudi Arabia, Abu Bakr Mulusafar of Tajikistan, Kuwait's Hamid Marafi, and Syria's Osama Hijazi, the athletes who go in this final.
From Tajikistan, or from Kuwait.
There's Marafi.
Hamid Marafi من الكويت.
And finally, Osama Hijazi from Syria.
Osama Hijazi is PNS from Syria. So 10 competitors who go in this final, 3 medals on offer, gold, silver and bronze. And getting underway and immediately charging to the front is Basil Habib Al-Safwani. Looks to get himself into the early position, the early lead, but that is not going to last particularly. He's just charged to the front under lights here at this grand venue, the Prince Naif Sports City, over the first steeple.
And the comfortable nature of Li Guangxi out there, almost comfortably taking. Oh no, 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 no. Wrong direction taken over the water jump, and that has lost 3 places. Now down in 3rd, and Li Guangxi, no problem for him. I was just saying how comfortable he was looking over that first steeple. Not a problem at all. He's going to come in for the first lap just outside 60 seconds. So perhaps we will be able, well, we'll have a look on things, but the championship record of 5:58 based on this first lap, probably not going to be seeing too much danger of that, but negative splits being what they are, we may, if the pace gets up, have to keep an eye on that. But what a shame. However, he's put it behind him and is comfortably in 3rd place, keeping pace with Li Guangxi.
Very, very difficult to overcome in the early stages of a race. But the water jumps are there. It's a further test to the endurance that is required by these athletes. There are 4 barriers sited around the track. The water jump is the 5th barrier. That's at the top of the 2nd turn, just to the inside of the lane. The barriers do not fall over if you hit them like hurdles. These are very solid barriers as we come up towards the water jump. Some athletes opt to hurdle them. Others look to step on top of the steeple and then launch themselves off it. They're sighted 78 meters apart. And then they start jumping them after the first half lap. This is fairly comfortable looking run from the 2 athletes who find themselves in front. Hashim Ahmed Hakim, who's got that really good chance of a medal here, and Li Guangxi of China, the only athlete under 6 minutes in the field. And these 2 look very comfortable. They're into a settled rhythm, and it's difficult, Jack, to get into a settled rhythm when you are managing to leap or vault over these massive steeples every 78 meters or so, and then endure the water jump as well. But they look very comfortable regardless.
18 times over barriers and 5 times in the water. And here go for the 2nd time. But they have eked out quite a gap now, Dwayne, the leading 2.
They have indeed. Many of the athletes, rather than hurdle the steeple, this is really turning out to be a push from a very early position. You don't want to be braking too early. You've got 2 laps to go, and Hakim has decided he's going to try to go for it, and he's basically thrown down the gauntlet to Li and saying, will you go with me? Can you go with me? But has he made the right decision? He and his coach will have a plan. They will have a plan, and they will know what he's capable of doing, but they will also know what Lee is capable of doing in terms of kick down the finishing straight.
But right now, we're looking at 35 meters or so of distance between Hakim and Lee. So he's really pushed that distance now. Is he going to increase that, however, or just look to push it home further? The penultimate water jump for Hakim. Bounces through that nicely.
It's the kind of lead where you look at it and you say, it's difficult to see him losing from here. That said, much can still happen over the remaining 450-odd meters of this race. The 2,000-meter steeplechase for boys. Taking the bell.
This man, Hashim Ahmed Hakim, has increased that distance on Li Guangxi, the big favourite, the only man under 6 minutes, as you mentioned, Dwayne, coming into this final. But these PBs and season's best at this tender age can be misleading. He's out on his own here.
This is a phenomenal run. This is a sensational run. He broke so very early, and Lee at the moment is having a little bit of bother holding on to the silver medal position. But it is Hashim Ahmed Hakim with one bend to go and then into the water jump. Holding on to a massive advantage. Just navigate this safely and you're surely on your way to victory. He looks over his shoulder, just a quick little glance behind him. He looks down at his watch as well to see what sort of time he's running, and there is plenty of cheer and delight, and he knows he's got enough time to signal to those in attendance at Prince Nayef Sports City that this is going to be gold, it's going to be glorious, and he'll add to the Saudi Arabia tally. Mohammed Siraj Al Zayer with the first gold for Saudi Arabia, but it's a second gold here for Hashim Hakim. A wonderful run. He broke so early. It was almost unthinkable that he would hold on to the advantage that he carved out with over 2 laps to go, but he has held on indeed, and he has claimed a sensational gold medal in the boys' 2,000-meter steeplechase. Absolutely deserving of this applause, absolutely encouraged all the way. Oh, and a little signature for the camera as well.
Signs it off in style. And that was 10 seconds quicker than he's ever run in his life. Absolutely blowing away the opposition. Hakim and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have a 3rd ever gold medal at the Asian Athletics Championships. 2 in the last 24 hours.
Well, so I'm welcoming Asia's rising stars, but I'll tell you what, Kingdom have some rising stars within the nation, and they are making a statement. This is where careers begin. This is where stars are born. And maybe there is a star in the making. Hashim Hakim, we knew he had a great chance of a medal, but my word, did he secure the gold medal emphatically. And he is taking in every moment. How much energy does he have left? His celebrations include more steeples.
Yeah, that's number 19 that he's crossed tonight.
Sensational victory. Absolutely brilliant. You don't see too many athletes looking to make a break and lay down a marker with 2 odd laps to go in a race. It's very few out of Asia that can celebrate that. Uzbekistan, though, have a fine medal. We had the 2 competitors in Shokjakon and Kobiljon. But there is much attention on the winner. You just got to wonder as well if Lee was quite in the best shape, not physically, but maybe mentally. This is an athlete that knows he can go as quick as Hakim has gone, but just didn't quite have the ability to keep touch with the young Saudi athlete who made that sensational break.
But after a lap, it looked like Lee couldn't have had things easier, having comfortably retaken the lead after there was a mistake in choosing one of the barriers. Went around the track rather than over the water jump.
Well, that really is a wonderful result. Hashim Hakim of Saudi Arabia with the gold, silver to Khairulayev Sokhshakon, and Li Guangxi manages to hold on to the bronze medal, but he had an absolute battle with Sokhshakon for that silver, and ultimately the Uzbekistan athletes crossing the line to claim second spot. First silver of these games for Uzbekistan, the second gold of these games for Saudi Arabia though, and the first time that the kingdom has ever won multiple golds at an Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. Li Guangxi with that bronze medal. A very fine third position for a man who was among the favourites.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the medal 400 meter. The medals will be presented by Mr. Syed Al-Anzi, Vice President Asian Athletics, and the flowers will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Al-Fadallah, President, Qatari Athletic Federation. The bronze medalist, Hansor Salah Al-Ahmad, Qatar, 48.30 seconds.
Mic check.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the medal presentation for men's 400 meter. The medals will be presented by Mr. Syed Al-Anazi, Vice President Asian Athletics, and the flowers will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Al-Fadallah, President, Qatari Athletic Federation. Here is the bronze medalist, Mansat. Here is the medal presentation for bronze medalist, Azhar Salah Ahmad, Qatar, 48.30 seconds.
Well, it was a brilliant run from the two Qatari athletes who found themselves both on the podium, but the man who finished third overall is Harun Saleh Ahmad, 48.30 seconds for the youngster from Qatar. With two athletes who found themselves winning their respective heats in the earlier rounds and advancing fairly comfortably through to the finals, found themselves also consistently setting personal bests, and it was a massive personal best in the final for Ahmad, running that 48.30.
For the Chinese national anthem. In the third place, Harun Saleh Al-Ahmad from Qatar.
Well, after a bit of a false start, the presentation gets underway. Harun Saleh Ahmad of Qatar with that personal best, 48.30 in the final, running from lane 7 only just getting to the finish line ahead of one of the home favorites in Musa Dubai Al Subay.
In the second
Both the
place,
Qatari athletes in the form of their lives and both on the podium.
From
Ahmad bronzed. Silver goes to Samir Musa Hassan, 48.22, a massive personal best for the young man. Ran in lane 4 as the fastest qualifier from the semi-finals.
From China.
And the 16-year-old has the silver. But the man who has the gold medal, also just 16 years old, Li Yongjie. Not a personal best in the final, but good enough for gold nonetheless. 48.11 seconds. Li Yongjie has been running so remarkably well in Shandong last month. Set a 47.7, 47.9 earlier this season as well. A new personal best in the 200 meters. And he has secured gold emphatically for People's Republic of China, whose anthem is next. Confirming the medalists in the boys 400 meters, Ahmad takes bronze, Hassan takes silver, and Li of China has gold. Boys pole vault continues. 10 competitors in the field. Oh, just about getting it right and then bringing the bar down. And a little disappointment for the Kuwait athlete. 2 Kuwait competitors who go in this final. That's Abbas Nasser, the other being Yusuf Abdullah. Got chances for further medals in this event. Got the comfortable clearance, and then finds himself knocking that bar off. It's a 4.5 meter long horizontal bar. You need to try clear it by sprinting along the runway and then jamming a pole against the stop board at the back. It's a recessed metal box that's sited centrally at the base of the uprights. Got foam padding all the way around the base. That's a really good attempt. Very young competitors from Saudi Arabia. Both going around the 4 meter mark. Just a little bit of drift, but there's nothing untoward ultimately. Lovely rock back, very quick on the rock back. Lovely extension over the bar. Al-Ghalab and Al-Ruki, the two teenagers who represent Saudi Arabia in the pole vault final. And they go back to back here. Disappointingly, the bar goes down.
2000 متر للسيدات تحت 18 عام.
On the field, we have Zainab Salah from Saudi Arabia.
ويشارك في هذه المسابقة اللاعبة زينب العمير من
Al-Ghalab
المملكة
Al-Ruki.
العربية السعودية.
Competing for Saudi Arabia, looking to clear height, see them competitive for medals. So,
ويشارك سادونوف نصر
Ghalab failing to clear. Back to the
Next
back
up,
we go.
thanks Dwayne, it's the girls' steeplechase final over 2,000 meters. 4 contenders lining up at the starting line, and there are 2 Uzbekistan athletes in this field. There was due to be a Saudi Arabian contender as well in Zainab Salah. Unfortunately, she's not able to take her place in this final, so we're down to 4. And Uzbekistan's Sadaf Bonu Nusratoleva is the fastest in the field on paper. She's pursued by Fu Wen of the People's Republic of China in the red vest. Her teammate Nasimmakon Mamirova of Uzbekistan. And just outside her, Karanam Munige Sachini Madonishka. So here are the 5 initial contenders and just the 4 that have been able to make it through. We're underway in the women's 2,000 meter steeplechase, and Madonsika of Sri Lanka heads to the front in the blue vest. Out in front is Nusratoleva of Uzbekistan in the white vest. Her teammate Mamirova at the back, and in between right now Fu Wen of China. So the top 2 on paper are at the front right now. Nusratoleva of Uzbekistan has a personal best of 6 minutes 44 seconds. Now, if she gets even close to that in this steeplechase, she will have the championship record. It is held by her teammate from previous years, Dilshoda Usmanova of Uzbekistan. She set the record in Kuwait in 2022. That's been the only time ever that someone has gone under 7 seconds in the women's steeplechase. That was a heavy landing from Madonsika of Sri Lanka. So Mamirova of Uzbekistan at the very back, struggling to keep pace here with Madonsika of Sri Lanka. Fu Wen and Nusratoleva out in front, but Nusratoleva really out by herself after the first lap, and it's a 1 minute 19 lap. So if you're looking to go under 7 seconds, on average you need to be around 70 seconds per lap, with the allowance of negative splits. A 1 minute 19 initial lap doesn't rule you out from going under 7 minutes, and that, I'm sure, will be in the mind of Nusratoleva as she looks to firm up this lead over this barrier. She's looking strong in the nighttime here in Daman. Hot temperatures avoided by these later starts, and we are well into the nighttime now. We're coming on to 7 p.m. in Daman. Coastal breeze as well, which helps, and 1 or 2 dousings of water as well, no doubt cooling these athletes down. But she little struggles there, Dwayne, just to come out of the water jump. That was about the only blemish so far for Nusratoleva.
I think every athlete has struggled so far at the water jump so far in this race. Right? You're right. Maduansika, a very heavy landing, going through that water jump for the first time, but this time Nusrat Alieva finding herself with a slightly heavy landing as well. But for the rest of it, she's recovered very quickly. It seems like there's no break in momentum for her. What those little water jumps can do is disrupt momentum and disrupt tired muscles when the muscles are tired, but there's certainly no evidence that any muscles are tired for this young athlete. And you're right, it's about previous steeplechase events. Dilshuda Usmanova, the 6:55, the championship record holder. But lest we forget the great Vasanti of Sri Lanka, one of the great athletes, and still holds the Asian youth record. And maybe, just maybe, there's a side in that for Maduansika of Sri Lanka to get herself into the medal here. But this is a remarkable run. All she's doing is running her own race, which she'll have worked out with her coach. But she is so far in front of anybody else, and she's just continually increasing her advantage.
You would suspect that that will make it harder to get those records, but if you look at that record, the Asian youth record you mentioned, Dwayne, it's 6:33.06 for Nusrat Alieva. That means she would have to run 15 seconds quicker than she's ever run before. We're back on the pole vault whilst there's 2 laps remaining in the steeplechase.
Well, the young athlete from Kuwait who had his struggles trying to clear the bar earlier. Just trying to set himself, take off down the runway. Looks to drop the pole now, a little more success, and while he scrapes the bar, it stays on, and that's the most important part. It stays on. Clearance, and he stays in the competition. Yes, you can afford a smile. There we go.
Meanwhile, Nusrat Alieva is comfortably ahead still. She's now joined by her teammate, Nasim Khan Mamirova, at least one place behind her, not exactly joined with her on the track. She's well out in ahead still, but it's an Uzbekistan 1-2, and Uzbekistan won the gold medal 2 years ago. They won the gold medal the year before that in the 2,000-meter steeplechase. They have locked this event down for a long time, and they are surely going to do that again in real style with a 1-2 on the cards for Uzbekistan. So coming up for the final lap, a tilt at going under 7 minutes at the championship record, potentially as well. She looks on for it at 5 minutes 30 right now. The championship record stands at 6:55 from Dilshuda Usmanova, who set that in Kuwait in 2022. There were no Chinese athletes at that event. They didn't travel due to COVID at that time. So that is where the record stands. Only once has an athlete gone under 7 minutes in the previous 5 editions of the Asian Athletics Championships in the 2,000-meter steeplechase for the girls. Sadaf Bonu Nusrat Alieva is surely going to do that as we tick into this 6th minute. She's around about 200 meters away from home. Last water jump to negotiate. Accelerates into it, puts the foot on the top, comes out of the water well. One of the best she's handled it so far, and now heads for home. And this will be hurting. It's the first time her form has maybe been interrupted, but look at this, 6:31. She's not quite going to get the Asian youth record. She is going to get the Asian championship record, though, by some margin. The gold, the acceleration. Uzbekistan do it again. And no one has done it in more style than Sadaf Bonu Nusrat Alieva. She has beaten the championship record by 10 seconds. She's won the gold medal. She has not quite lowered her own personal best, but she has replicated the very best that she can do. And she's done it at this level. And that is a gold medal of some class.
You're not wrong about that. to celebrate with her country's flag. It's the first gold medal of these games for Uzbekistan. And they'll have 5 medals now overall, but this is the only gold for Uzbekistan so far. And I say so far because there's a chance as well in the heptathlon to come later this section. But this is a wonderful 1-2 for Uzbekistan. Credit as well to Nasimkhon Mamirova. Now she found herself into second position and onto the podium with a silver medal behind her compatriot. But that was a genuinely brave, bold run. She went out at her own pace. She wasn't going to stick around and run the pace that was being set by those around her. Instead, she decided to dictate the pace and impose her own race on the other athletes. And none could go with her. She got off to a really good start. The water jumps proved to be a bit problematic for some of the athletes. Madhu Hansika with a few issues. Well, there's a few in the closing laps as well for Nusrat Bilayeva. But by the time she got to that final 60 meters, she pinned her ears back and was sprinting towards the line. Wonderful gold for Uzbekistan as we go back to the pole vault. And the athletes from Kuwait continue to clear heights. The poles, the bar set at 3.50 meters to start this competition. It's been raised by 20 centimeters to 3.70 and then subsequently by 10 centimeter increments. There are a couple of athletes yet to get into the competition. You can enter at any height.
Confirmation of those times, 6:44.99, a new Asian Championships record for the 200-meter steeplechase. Sadaf Bonu Nusratiloeva followed home by Nasimkhon Mamirova, her teammate, after Uzbekistan won the last 2 gold medals in this competition. It's 3 in a row now. Their supremacy gets better. Fu Wen with the bronze medal after that for China. And
so to the heptathlon we go. Now, this is an intriguing event. We have been utterly entertained over 2 days of competition through 4 sessions. Nikolaeva smiling for the cameras. She's looking to add gold to Uzbekistan's tally. But she's really going to be up against it because currently first is Kazakhstan's Polina Kuzubova, who's won the high jump, the shot put, the long jump, and the javelin events. So there's Asilzad Kidirbay, currently 3rd overall, 3,739 points. Bear in mind, all times, distances, and heights are converted to points. The cumulative tally of those points will see the athletes then claim their medals. Asilzad Kidirbay, still only 15 years old. But it is Kuzubova who is leading the way. There she is, Polina Kuzubova. 4,410 points she has so far with 1 event to go. There's Parizlot Olbekova. She's currently 4th outside the medal standings, 3,089. She was no measurement for high jump. Really hurt her medal standings. But Kuzubova, very physically strong competitor. Maybe doesn't have the speed on the track of a Nikolaeva, but she does have serious strength. She used that physical strength to help herself to victories, most notably in the high jump, shot put, long jump, and javelin.
from Uzbekistan.
So Kuzovova goes in 4, Kiribati goes in 5, Bulbekova goes in 6, and Nikolaeva goes in 7. So it's the first 2 from Kazakhstan, the second 2 from Uzbekistan.
وفي الحارة السابعة صوفيا نيكولوفا من أوزبكستان.
Kuzovova from Shymkent in South Kazakhstan near the Uzbekistan border. And we're underway in the very last event of the heptathlon. It's 800 meters that separate one of these athletes from gold. And Nikolaeva needs to try to take this race out hard. She needs to try to gain the number of points to overcome Kuzovova's lead. 4,410 points for Kuzovova. Nikolaeva, 4,213 points. She won the 100-meter hurdles to start this event. Got real speed, wonderful technique. Hasn't been able to make the power plays of Kuzovova, so hasn't been able to match Kuzovova in the power plays, but Kuzovova is doing exactly the right thing, and that's sticking onto the shoulder of Nikolaeva. And if she can stay in that position or a similar position, she's guaranteed the gold medal in the heptathlon. The heptathlon is a grueling event. It is competed and contested over 2 days of competition. These competitors needing to put together 7 disciplines over 2 days, starting with the 100-meter hurdles, then high jump, then the shot put, then the 200-meter on the first day, and then earlier today, long jump and javelin before this 800-meter. And this genuinely is an all-around test of ability. You need to be a great all-rounder. You need speed, you need mobility, you need strength, you need explosive power. They go into the final lap now. Under 400 meters to go in this heptathlon. And this is just the perfectly run race by Kuzovova. She knows that if she can just stick with Nikolaeva, that Nikolaeva is not going to be able to overhaul her time. Nikolaeva is leading the way from Kuzovova in this race. But overall, it's Kuzovova who is leading. Third currently is Kazakhstan's Kidirbai, who looks to hold on to the bronze medal as she'll finish ahead of Bulbekova. But Kidirbai is just 15 years old. Kuzovova might try to win it here in the closing stages. Nikolaeva looking to hold on and maybe secure a second victory across the 7 events. But Kuzovova is not letting her go and maybe has ambitions of winning a 5th event. Nikolaeva is going to take it all the way to the line, but it's not going to be enough to win the heptathlon overall. Nikolaeva will secure the silver medal as she comes to the finish line now and crosses the finish line first in the 800 meters. She will secure the silver medal in this event, though, as Kuzovova in second place in the 800 meters will secure the gold in the heptathlon. It's been a titanic tussle between these competitors over 2 days of competition. And the 15-year-old Asilzat Kidirbai will claim the bronze medal, Jack. What a 2 days of competition we have seen between these competitors, and glorious, wonderful competition between Nikolaeva and Kuzovova, most notably.
It is the type of event which particularly Central Asian states are going to have that natural mentality, that inclination, that warrior physical ability over other nations, you sense. So unsurprising to see Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan fighting for this. They are some of the closest regional rivals possible. Kyrgyzstan in between these two nations geographically, but they are so close. So to beat Uzbekistan for Polina Kuzovova and also for Kidirbai as well to come through for Kazakhstan, a wonderful moment for them.
So Kazakhstan have their first gold medals, and in fact medals of these games, these championships. Singapore have a couple of competitors to go in this pole vault final. Chang Yun-fan and Khalil bin Zayed, who looked to clear the bar but missed at his attempt. There's confirmation of the results in the 800 meter, the seventh and final event. Nikolaeva takes the 800 meter over Kuzobova and Kirilbai, with Bolbekova finishing fourth. But that is not the order in which they finish in the heptathlon. It is Kuzobova who takes the gold. Speaking of gold, medal ceremony next.
This is the medal ceremony for the girls' 400 meters. The gold medal having been won by Amemine Saki of Japan. The bronze medal, however, won by Deng Nanqi of the People's Republic of China, who came through after finishing just third in her heat. She was a very, very good runner in the final to bring home the bronze medal for China, the 16-year-old. It was a fine run indeed. She was in lane 3 and not one of the fancied fast finishers that we thought we were going to see. We were looking at her teammate, He Bei-shi. But in the end, it was Deng Nanqi. And then the silver medal for India. Wonderful performance from Tanu, person who qualified fastest for that final. She had the best lane draw, number 4, but she was well down with 100 meters to go, came through to win the silver medal. And from lane 7, the gold medalist, Amemine Saki of Japan. One of the oldest in the field. In fact, she is the eldest, 17 years of age. And she had a qualifying time of 57.31, and she converted that. She knew from that she had the power, and she went out hard, stayed the distance from lane 7, and brought home the gold medal. Congratulations to all the medalists in the girls' 400-meter final. Amemine Saki in the middle with a winning time of 57.27. Just behind her, Tanu of India at 57.63. And in third position, winning the bronze medal, Deng Nanqi of the People's Republic of China with a time of 58.01. Let's check in with the men's pole vault once again.
Pole vault competition continues. The young Singaporean Khalil bin Zayed, 4 meters 20, his best height. This has become one of the grand global events of athletics in Asia. Certainly, E.J. Obiena has put, Ernest John Obiena has put pole vault on the map. SEA Games gold medalist, and a man who continues to impress across the grand global stage. But Mondo Duplantis has become the star that the Ukrainian Sergei Bubka once was in pole vault. There was certainly a host of names that you can mention across men's and women's pole vault that have become household names, the likes of Duplantis and Bubka now, certainly, and in years gone by, Yelena Simbaeva of the two-time Olympic champion, multiple gold medalist at the World Championships, who also won the World Indoor Championships on 4 occasions. So good from the Singaporean youngster, Halil bin Zayed. A left-hander, so holds the pole up to the left side of his body. Not overly common. Another good clearance. Success for the young athlete from Saudi Arabia.
Dwayne, it's become one of the rock star events of global athletics, hasn't it? Thanks to the likes of Mondo Duplantis. Well, almost exclusively thanks to Mondo Duplantis, really. But the possibilities for it are wonderful with street athletics as well, and it's occupied its own level of cool now, and that translates across the world to Asia as well, and to some of the talent we're seeing tonight. People wanting to get involved in pole vault more than ever before.
Yeah, including young Al Galab. He goes clear. Al Galab of Saudi Arabia. Second time he's brushed the bar, but it stayed on. The important thing is that it stayed on. Yeah, you're right about the rockstar event aspect of this. Really good from Abbas Nasser. Gets good height. He's just not quite marrying the horizontal and vertical in trying to cross it. Second time that he's brushed that bar, but that little celebration at the bottom tells you that the bar stayed on.
Let's go to the next medal ceremony. Loading up. This is for the under-18 boys discus. And the top 3 with their medals to talk about, to enjoy right now. China, as expected, performing brilliantly. And India as well, coming through with the bronze medal. Great to see Indian representation, because it wasn't all going their way throughout the competition. Two Indian contenders just didn't quite have an answer for what China were able to offer, and Han Qizheng and Wan Shi Yuan. Terrific performances from both the two Chinese discus throwers. China do hold the record at the Asian youth record level for the continent, but there's a new championship record in town as well from Wan Shi Yuan. But Han Qizheng
from China.
In the end, it was his teammate, Han Qizheng, who came through and then got the championship record himself. The gold medal to go with it. They were spurring each other on to go ever further across the 6 throws. And the Chinese performed so well in the field events, particularly at Asian Athletics under-18 level. And they have, well, underlined it, doubled underlined it, circled it in a box here. And records tumbling in the face of these two Chinese discus throwers, Wan Shichuan and Han Qizheng. Well, we thought we would see this. We thought we would see the Chinese flag and hear the anthem of the People's Republic of China come the end of the men's discus throw. That is how things have played out. And a new championship record as well, 63.33 for Han Chi Jing. Just over 30 centimetres, 32 centimetres ahead of his teammates' effort, Wan Shi Yuan. And congratulations as well, Vishal Kumar of India with the bronze.
This is the event called the 1500 meters final. In the lineup, we have in lane 1.
Back to the track we go, and the start list, boys, 1500 meters, 1,500 meters.
Representing Lebanon.
Mahmoud Abu Zaid representing Lebanon.
Is Sheri Ramazan from Kazakhstan.
Ramazan Shayev of Kazakhstan.
Next we have Galage.
Alongside him is Galage Don Lahiro Achinta of Sri Lanka.
From Sri Lanka. And in the next lane, there is Iskandar Chokayev from Kyrgyzstan.
Of Kyrgyzstan is alongside him.
Next competitor is
Ao Ho Chun of Hong Kong, China.
From Hong Kong, China.
Also in the field, rounding out the first 5.
From Saudi Arabia.
Jamil Abdul Walad Alad of Saudi Arabia, next to go.
And behind him is Daniel Ismagilov. From
Daniel Ismagilov of Uzbekistan.
Al Harith Jamal Yaqub from Oman. Danny Shihab
Al Harith Jamal Yaqub Al Jabri of Oman. Dani Shihab Ahmed Quran of Jordan.
Idris Al Yasir.
Idris Al Yasiri of Iraq is a DNS,
And finally,
but out in the final position is Mubarak Abdi Said of Qatar.
From Qatar.
So getting underway in the 1500 meters, the 1500 meter. Into the front and into a really good position, Achinta of Sri Lanka gets himself into the early lead. This doesn't really mean too much in the early stages of this race. The 1500 meter. So 3 3/4 laps. 400 meter track. Wonderful track that we've got to witness many a great event on already at the Prince Naif Sports City. Some championship records, a host of personal bests, excellent milestones both individually and continentally for these young athletes. But it is the Sri Lankan who looks to be pushing the pace in the early stages. Watch out though for Lebanon's Mahmoud Abu Zaid, who finds himself in second position initially and now goes to the front. It's being followed by the Qatari Mubarak Abdi Said. Lebanon has never won a gold at the Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships, and he has a really good chance of claiming a historic gold at these championships. He can go around about the championship record mark, which is 3:54.09, and that'll be his aim, no doubt. He will have a plan, and the plan looks to be to lead in this race. Jack Gorab.
He's looking good, isn't he? And great to see Lebanon on the front. Zaid calmly leading this field. The way the 1500 meters winds up is just so exciting. And he's starting to string them out now, Zaid. Pursued well by Qatar's Mubarak Abdi Said. but Mahmoud Abu Zaid of Lebanon still on the front. They are all in single file now. Decent gap between the top four. They'll be contending for the medals unless that bridge can be built. This is bubbling up nicely, Dwayne.
It really is. Well, these top three look to be in very good nick. Do not discount the man on their shoulder, Shayev as well. He's got a fast kick, but these four look to be putting a little distance between themselves. Mahmoud Abu Zaid of Lebanon still leading the way from the Sri Lankan Achinta. Ramazan Shayev is just off the shoulder, though, of the Qatari athlete Mubarak Abdi Said. But this is coming up to a very important phase of the race, a critical phase of the race. Take the bell, 400 meters to go. It's going to need to be a phenomenal final lap if they are to match championship record time. And the Sri Lankan now, Achinta, looks to be the one who's being dropped. It's Shayev, Abdi Said and Zaid who are going for it. Coming back now, though, Achinta, he's not letting the competitors get away from him, and it's making his kick down the back straight is Mubarak Abdi Said. Looking to maintain his position on the inside lane is Abu Zaid. He knows that history is his if he can just take it, but gets past going through the bend, and it looks like he's going to get passed by a second athlete as well in Shayev of Kazakhstan. The man from Qatar leading the way, and he's extending his advantage. Look at this kick out of the bend and down the back straight. Qatar is going to claim a fantastic gold medal here. It is a wonderful kick. Lebanon will claim a medal, but it'll be silver. But that is a glorious gold for Qatar, and Sri Lanka's Achinta manages to come back at Shayev to claim the bronze medal. Sensational finish from the Sri Lankan, but how about that for a kick in the closing stages from the Qatari, Mubarak Abdi Said, going around the bend, made his move on the back straight, but going around the bend was utterly exceptional, and his kick out of the bend into the back straight secures Qatar their first gold medal at these championships. It's only a fourth ever gold medal for Qatar at these Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships, but that is a sensational one, Jack.
Oh, Dwayne, he shows a grimace towards the end, so we know he's human, but the way he turned up the wick and the composure across his demeanor, his face, his body, he was looking so calm, even as his legs were furiously outpacing everybody else, and he put Mohammed Abu Zaid of Lebanon to the sword in the end, and Zaid hanging on to take an excellent silver. But the calmness across this man's shoulders right now is remarkable to look at.
Oh, you're so right about that. A little grimace in the closing stages, but there's nothing but delight for Mubarak Abdi Said. Glorious gold for Qatar. Mahmoud Abu Zaid of Lebanon with the silver medal. Lebanon had only ever won 2 medals in total at all previous editions of the Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. They've now got 2 medals at these championships, both silver. Back to the pole vault we go. Ali Abdul Karim Al Galab of Saudi Arabia takes the bar down on this occasion. Well, this pole vault competition is going some way. Let's confirm the results, though, in the 1500 meters. Mubarak Abdi Said with a brilliant gold, 3:57.090, 3:58.76 for Zaid. And in third position, Galaga Donlahiro Achinta, 3:59.47. The top 3 going sub 4 minutes and thoroughly deserving of their medal places.
The prize for the 2000 steeplechase men under 18. Medals will be given by Mr.
Medal ceremony time for
AA Council member.
the top three in the boys under 18 2,000-meter steeplechase, and we can rely on a very well observed and sung rendition of the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here, because one of their own will be on the top step. Hashem Hakim, the gold medalist for Saudi Arabia.
In the third place, Li Guangxi from China.
Not the only man to toast, though. China's Li Guangxi with a bronze medal. He was, on paper, the fastest man in the field, the only runner who had gone under 6 minutes before, and he looked very composed after the first lap, but he had no answer, as neither did anybody else, to what Hashem Hakim was able to bring thereafter. But Li Guangxi of China wins the bronze medal in a time of 6 minutes 14 seconds 33 split seconds. It was so close on the line. Uzbekistan's Shokajon Karulayev with the silver medal, and that in itself is such a terrific gutsy run from the Uzbekistan runner. Uzbekistan going 1-2 in the women's 2,000-meter steeplechase, and another silver medal for Karulayev was very impressive, but nothing quite as impressive as this man today, Hashem Hakim of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He hit the front at about the halfway point, and then he just went faster and faster from there on in. 6 minutes and 6 seconds, 0.06, his winning time. A second gold medal, the first on the track at these Asian Athletics Championships. Hashem Hakim, the gold medalist for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Shokajon Karulayev, the silver medal for Uzbekistan. And Li Guangxi, the bronze medalist for China. Cue the celebrations. And Dwayne, this was such a terrific performance from this young man. No wonder everyone is in raptures for him, because it's not just a gold medal for Saudi Arabia. It was one that was won with such confidence and an air of supremacy over everybody else.
Yeah, you're right. You speak about confidence. I mean, to have the confidence to kick with over 2 laps to go is remarkable, and the way he was able to do that and take the race to those around him, the competitor from Uzbekistan, Karulayev and Li Guangxi, he knew they were quicker athletes in some respects, but to take the race to them and to see no response effectively, that's how good his kick was that it almost nullified the response from the other athletes in the field, who might have thought he's going on a bit of a rabbit run with 800-odd meters to go. Somehow, he held on not only to his nerve, but he held on with his endurance, stamina, strength, and maybe the emotional encouragement of those in the stands and all those watching here in the Kingdom. Remarkable run from Hashem Hakim. We knew he had a great chance of a medal, but to fulfill it and to fulfill his potential by claiming the gold so emphatically, just remarkable. It deserves celebration.
He joins Mohamed Al-Zaya, who won the boys' hammer last night, as the two gold medalists from Saudi Arabia in this edition of the Asian Athletics Championships. They both joined Ali Khalid Emas, who won the boys' 100-meter title, the first ever gold for Saudi Arabia at these championships back in 2019. 3 in total now.
Am I going to say it? Am I going to say it? The evening is not done yet.
There's plenty of time. There's plenty of opportunities. It's the boys' 100 meters, of course, that you're referring to, Dwayne, particularly, and the pole vault, which, of course, is ongoing.
Well, there's pedigree, shall we say, in the Al-Yami family.
Mubarak Al-Yami going for gold in the boys' 100 meters later tonight. So these scenes may be replicated. They won't ever be forgotten by this man, certainly. And Dwayne, wonderfully appropriate, of course, flowers given to every medalist, but particularly for a steeplechaser, because those flowers underneath the water jump, which you jump over 5 times over going round the course, it's nice to be able to carry them and not see them as a harbinger of a big moment in your race about to come.
Yeah, true. Well, flowers for the competitors, but I think for many, as much as they are delighted to claim the flowers, it's those medals that they want. These competitors running for positions. When you look back in these competitions, you look forward as well and think about the futures to come. This really is a celebration of youth. It's a celebration of untapped brilliance, and we're seeing some of that untapped brilliance being fulfilled. And we're promised so much more here in Dammam over the 4 days of competition. We're nearing the end of day 2 of competition. But if the last 2 days are anything like the first 2 days, we're absolutely set for sensational competition. And I'm delighted about what we might expect as we go back to the medal presentations.
Yes, here we go. Medal ceremonies coming thick and fast now, with most of the action having taken place already. This is for the women's long jump. And here are the 3 medalists who took those top 3 placings. So the bronze medal going to the Republic of Korea's Seo Ye-ji, who jumped 5 meters and 66. And that jump was her second jump of the night. That was what secured her the bronze medal. She was pretty consistent as well across the course of proceedings. Started with a nice settler, was a little shorter than that, and then had a 5:55 as well. A couple of no jumps too, but that was that second jump that was enough for her. And wonderful for Singapore as well now to get in on the act with Chloe Chi, who won the silver with a jump of 5 meters 77. That was her 4th jump of the competition. Another one who was very consistent as well, built her way up towards that type of distance. But no one could come close to Liang Morong of the People's Republic of China. She was way out ahead, the only long jumper to go beyond the 6 meter barrier and then some. She had a 6.26 winning jump in the end. That was towards the very end of the night that she hit that one. already in the lead at that point, but she just made the point to the rest of the competition that the gold medal would be hers.
National anthem.
The medalists in the girls under-18 long jump here in Daman. The gold to China's Liang Morong, the silver to Singapore's Chloe Chi, just the 6th ever medal for Singapore at the Asian Athletics Championships, as well as the bronze medal to the Republic of Korea's Seo Yi-ji. China again with some excellence in the field. Decent tailwind, which helped Liang along towards that 6m26. She had a plus 3.7 meters per second tailwind. Now then, let's move into the men's final. At 100 meters, this is the starting list. 1 to 8, Republic of Korea, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Japan, China, Hong Kong, China, Macau and Sri Lanka, all represented in this one. And the fastest in the field having come from Shimizu Shorato with a 10:26 time in terms of his season's best. However, he hasn't been the fastest in the field up to this point. He has been bested on one occasion. High quality field that will get ready. Dai Hong Ju just in picture here, getting his start right. Has a very good start. The Chinese sprinter wearing number 5. Has shown just how powerful he can be in the mid-sector as well. Korea with a great chance here with Choi. Wonderful to see what he has for us tonight. He was in terrific form in the semi-final. So he gets the lane 3 next to Shimizu. And there is Mubarak Al-Yami in the all green for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Well, that's what's to come, but right now it is about the steeplechase medal ceremony for the girls at 2,000 meters.
By the World Athletics Champion Saad Al-Asmari. And the flowers will be given by Mr. Rashid Al-Romani, Executive Board Member of the Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation. In the 3rd place, Fu Win from China.
China's Fu Wen picked up the bronze medal. Just 4 starters in the field in the 2,000 meter steeplechase in the end. Fu Wen with the bronze medal. Started well, had a very decent first couple of laps.
In the 2nd place.
5 in all that they go round. 18 barriers over, 5 times over the water jump.
Uzbekistan.
For Kyrgyzstan, though, for Uzbekistan, excuse me, Nasim Makon Mamirova won the silver medal. She was at the back over the first few laps, but then she made her kick and in the end got a PB as well, her personal best of 6 minutes 55 seconds, going under the 7-minute barrier. But a staggering championship record and the gold medal for Uzbekistan's Sarafbonu Nusratiloeva. She powered away from the opposition, really from the gun. She was gun to tape, pushing the agenda, and she bettered the championship record by a full 10 seconds. Uzbekistan won 2, and it means that Uzbekistan have now won the gold medal in this discipline at the last 3 Asian Athletics Championships at under 18. The medalists in the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase, with a picture to remember on top of the podium. Now, who will be there from this 8 field in the boys' 100 metres? We'll find out very, very shortly.
The men's 100 meters final. And here are the main assignments. In lane 1, we have Choi Min-jin from Korea. In lane 2 is Mubarak Salem.
So there is Choi Myung-jin of the Republic of Korea, qualified with a 10.70 for this final. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mubarak Salem Al-Yami, a real contender for a medal here, with a 10.47 qualification. Then Jun Chae-min, the fastest in the field, 10.26, pursued hotly by Sorato Shimizu of Japan, 10.28, just 2/100ths of a second separate those two. From China, Dai Hongyu in with a chance, in the red vest of China, of course. Jasper Koo, who came second in resounding fashion in his semi-final, came from nowhere after qualification with a 10.38. Macau as well, with a great chance for a medal here. Ran so impressively, Leong Lok Lo in the semi-final, and out in lane 8 is Sri Lanka's Madampage Silva, who could well do anything. There have been personal best dropping all over the last couple of days for these gentlemen. The tailwind they've been running with has been at times plus 5 meters per second. That's how quick they've been being pushed along towards the line. It's a high-quality field. It's a fast track. The conditions are perfect. Are Saudi Arabia going to be able to celebrate a medal, even a gold medal? Mubarak Al-Yami certainly has a chance. He's proven that today. Choi is in lane 1. Mubarak Al-Yami in lane 2. Jun of Korea in lane 3. Surato Shimizu of Japan in lane 4. Then there's Dai Hongyu of China, who gets a very whale, very fast. Surato is with him though. Surato is leading the way. The Japanese flyer is looking to push through this to get the gold. He's close, he's there. Gold for Japan. Gold for Surato Shimizu. He's been the fastest in every race today. Once bettered in the semi-finals, but he wasn't in that race. Just the clock stopped that little bit sooner. But when it comes to the gold medal race, it is his. He went out fast. Look at the pursuit, though, from the Chinese number 5, Dai Hongyu, just outside him. He pushed him so close. And across the first 4, we're going to need to look at that again for the medals, because that was devastatingly quick from Jun as well, who had run those 2 100ths of a second quicker in the semi-final. Dwayne, what a finish, what a photo finish.
Well, you could throw
100 meters.
You could throw a blanket over the top 4, and I mean, that's how close it was. It is going to be photo finish time to see who the medalists are. I mean, that remarkable from Shimizu. But how about that comeback from Jasper Koo again as well to get himself into medal contention? Jasper Koo is showing what an incredibly fast finisher he is. It's only the last 40 meters of the race that he actually manages to push down the hammer as he does. Found himself well behind. But Jun and Dai also waiting for confirmation. One is going to miss out.
Well, that's it, isn't it? What a weight this is. No doubting that Shimizu was the gold medalist, but who came after? And what was the time as well, Dwayne? That will be interesting to see. Certainly no danger that the Asian under-18 record would be in trouble here. That's Puripul Bunsoon of Thailand. 10.06, the best anyone has ever run at this age group. But it wasn't at these championships. The championship record could be looked at. That's 10.33 from 2022.
Puripul Bunsoon, the SEA Games champion currently. What a remarkable runner he's proving to be, and somebody who's stepped up brilliantly on the international stage. Bunsoon, both in the 100 and 200 meters.
Was U20 silver medalist as well from last year, wasn't he? He's a wonderful performer that he's got on to. Now let's have a look here. This was Jun on the inside from Korea. Then there's Shimizu just outside him, and for second and third, Jasper Koo may well have just got in there ahead of Jun Chae-min.
I think Jun misses out. You're right. I think Jun misses out. Dai might even have his chest to the line first. Bear in mind, it's not the leading leg or foot, it's the chest that dictates where you finish in the race. And Shimizu, it's going to be very tight for him. But I think Jasper Koo has secured himself a brilliant, brilliant medal. And thoroughly deserved as well for the way that he's run, particularly in the back end of races. Brilliant for Hong Kong, China. You've yet to medal at these games.
Let's look at Dai then for the gold medal. Shimizu.
Whose chest is there first? This is just too difficult to call.
Separate this. Here's the photo finish. Ooh. That does settle the first 3, at least. 1, 2, 3.
Jun is out of the medals.
We know Jun is out. It doesn't satisfy the gold medal, though. Koo is certainly the bronze medalist. We can say that. Jasper Koo of Hong Kong, China, with a brilliant bronze. But 1 and 2. This is going to take some looking at.
So we await official confirmation. The runners might even be given the same times. It will be separated, it seems, from that photo finish on the line. And there it is, Jack.
Wow. Shimizu has, by 1/100th of a second, taken the gold medal from Dai Hongyu, who was coming like a train towards that line. But Shimizu was just a slender margin ahead. He's the gold medalist for the boys 100 meters. Gold for Japan. And that's his time as well. Stands behind it, as pleased as one can be with his performance across 2 days. He won every race he entered, Dwayne.
Yeah, he was the dominant force. He's got off to better starts, to be fair, and this time really challenged. Somewhat surprising that Leung was so far out of it, given the ability that he has. Jun was always going to be competitive in this race, but it's Jasper Koo's finish that is so thoroughly impressive. I did not give up. He did not give up at all and pushed the Japanese star right the way to the line. And confirmation of those results again. And I mean, look, it's a blanket. 0.3 of a second. 0.03 of a second. 3/100ths of a second separating the top 4, Jack.
It's amazing, isn't it? And that championship record from Puripul Bonsun wasn't far away, but at 10:33, that will still stand. Shimizu 10:38, Dai Hongyu 10:39, Jasper Koo 10:40, Jun Chae-min, the man to miss out, and Mubarak Al-Yami in 5th position. We haven't even talked about him. Still a good race from the man from Saudi Arabia in the near side lanes.
Yeah, you're right. Look, to make the final is impressive in itself, but to make the podium is thoroughly impressive. And for Hong Kong, China, that's a first medal at these Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships as well for Hong Kong, China. So great run from Jasper Koo, thoroughly deserving of his place on the podium.
Oh, look what's coming up very soon as well, by the way. It's the final for the girls, over 100 meters. So 2 representatives of Thailand, China, Sri Lanka, the Republic of Korea, India, Malaysia, and Hong Kong, China as well. All with runners and riders in this girls' final. So the 2 Thai representatives here, Nichipat Nunat and Chantal Morissette. And it's a familiar smile as well. If those of you who are watching our coverage yesterday would have seen Morissette in action as she came through her heat, she was all smiles as she booked her tickets to the semi-finals and now into this final. Nunat Chichipat goes in lane 1.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring on the women's event for the 100 meters final. Let's meet the athletes. In lane 1, Nichapat.
So here we go. Interestingly, she was only 4th in her heat, but she was quicker than the lady inside her, Morissette, and inside her, Incio. So although Nunat out in lane 1, there's a great chance for her. Chantal Morissette was the 2nd in her heat, so she gets this lane 2. China's Zhong Qian, the fastest qualifier, with an 11.75 time. Big tailwind helping her towards that. That was her personal best as well. Trains in Chongqing at the Olympic Sports Centre there. Now, Dhanajana Fernando of Sri Lanka, the 3rd fastest qualifier. The winner of her heat however, so
Lane 6.
she gets lane 4. Lane 5 occupied by Siu Yerim, another heat winner.
In lane 7.
Arti Siwach of India, second fastest qualifier. Izatul Azira of Malaysia. A very real possibility that Malaysia could take a medal here with Azira. She's a very, very fast runner. Ran well from her outside lanes. And in the very outside lane, Wong Wing Tung of Hong Kong, China. Set her personal best in qualifying as the fastest finisher outside the automatic places. Nunat Morissette Jung of China. Then Fernando of Sri Lanka. Then Seo of the Republic of Korea. Then Siwach of India in lane 6. Izatul Azira of Malaysia outside that, and Wong Wing Tung. These are the contenders then for the gold medal in the 100 meters. Zhong Qian of China was the most impressive en route to this point. She's in lane 3. Fernando outside her in lane 4. Siu Yerim won her heat to get through to the final, but her time wasn't that quick. She's in lane 5, and she's going to have to go faster again if she's to keep pace with Fernando in lane 4 and Jung in lane 3. Arti Siwach from India in lane 6. Those 4 centre lanes, and then outside that in Malaysia's Azira, could really be contenders. The girls' 100-meter final in Saudi Arabia. It's underway. Jung doesn't get a fast start. Morissette does. The Thai flyer is off and running out in lane 8. Wong Wing Tung's looking good too. Arti Siwach has ground to make up it. Now Jung hits the hammer, and that's the gold medal for China. She left it late. She knew her pace, and she secured victory in the end by a distance. But that was a very difficult first 50 for Zhong Qian, but it is a gold medal for her. Never flapped at all, despite that slow start here. And you can see how quickly Morissette is out of the blocks outside her. And that didn't put her under any duress. She came through strongly from 50. Fernando was looking good. Arti Siwach it was, who just, I think, might have lost out on the silver medal and took bronze in the end. She just seemed to fumble her last footing. But gold for China, no doubt.
Yeah, celebrations for Fernando and for Arti Siwach as well, but for Zhong Qian, oh, tremendous. She didn't get off to the best possible start, but my word, she got into her stride quickly. Maybe a little bit of concern given that she has that heavily strapped left hamstring coming into this final. Oh, and just that misstep right at the end. Has Fernando got the silver medal? I think it is Fernando who just takes the silver. But you're right, no doubt about the champion, Zhong Qian, romping victory in the women's 100-meter. It's the blue ribbon event, it's the marquee event. And China are champions again. Speaking of champions.
And flowers will be given by Mr. Hussein Al-Qahtani, the board member of the Saudi Arabian Asian Federation.
Medal ceremony time again now, and this is for the heptathlon. Really fine 2-day event from these Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan athletes. In the end, an 800 meters required to settle it. The sixth events, and the bronze medal to Asiyat Kurdibai of Kazakhstan.
And in the second place, Sofia Nikolaeva from Uzbekistan.
Nikolaeva crossed the line first in that final event earlier tonight, the 800 meters. But a silver medal in the end, Sofia Nikolaeva for Uzbekistan.
And in the first place, Kosopova Polina from Kazakhstan.
In the end, there was just too much to do to catch up on Polina Kuzybova of Kazakhstan. She had performed so well in the earlier competitions. She had won earlier in the day the javelin throw with a PB to round things off.
Kindly rise up for the national
She'd also started
anthem of
the day this
Kazakhstan.
morning with an excellent performance in the long jump. So a fine second day for the eventual gold medalist, Polina Kuzybova. Kazakhstan gold, Kazakhstan bronze, and Uzbekistan silver. Polina Kuzybova with an overall final score of 5,089 points for Kazakhstan with the gold medal. Well, congratulations to the medalists. Turning into a good night for Uzbekistan and for Kazakhstan, but particularly Uzbekistan, frequent visitors to the podium tonight.
Yeah, massive personal best for Kuzybova and the heptathlon. What a competition for the women and women under 18. The boys, though, they've got the decathlon to come over the final 2 days of competition. So that's 10 events, 5 across each of the 2 days. But to the last event that we have, Jung Yoon Fan of Singapore trying to encourage the crowd to get behind him. Disappointment for Jung Yoon Fan, but a smile nonetheless from the young athlete. He's enjoyed his time at this competition. Good speed down the runway. I think that's been highlighted in recent years, just how quick Mondo Duplantis is down the runway. It's one of the reasons he's able to generate quite the height that he can, because he's got so much speed in the run-up and the approach and the takeoff, which helps with his swing and row, his in-flight, and then clearing the bar ultimately. He's got that exceptional flyaway as well.
It's the medal ceremony time at 1,500 meters now for the boys.
And now for the
Well, this was a fine race.
1,500 meters. The medals will be presented by Mr. Sayar Al-Anizi, the Asian Athletics Vice President. And the flowers will be given by Mr. Hani Ismail, the Chief Operating Officer of the Saudi Olympic Committee.
Qatar gold, Lebanese silver, and Sri Lankan bronze.
Ashinta from Sri Lanka.
A really good run from Galajdon Lathu Ashinta of Sri Lanka. He broke the 4-minute barrier, as all the medalists did, and he just by a little over half a second beats Shayev Ramazan of Kazakhstan into 4th. And Ramazan was looking very strong on the final lap, so Ashinta had to dig deep to get this bronze medal for Sri Lanka. Very, very impressive run from a man who is a little bit younger than the two men on the silver and gold steps as well. For Mahmoud Abu Zaid of Lebanon, he was the pace setter in this 1500 meters across the bulk of the 3 3/4 laps. But he had no answer in the end on this final 300-meter stretch from the man from Qatar. However, a brilliant run from Mahmoud Abu Zaid of Lebanon. But the kick was just too good from Mubarak Abi Saeed of Qatar. It brought him the gold medal. It almost took him towards the championship record as well of Rakesh Kumar of India. He was a few seconds out from that, but a big smile cracking across his face as he crossed the line. Fantastic moment for himself and for the Qatar athletics team. Congratulations to the 3 medalists. The podium topped by Mubarak Abi Saeed, the silver medal to Mahmoud Abu Zaid, and the bronze medal to Galajdon Lathu Ashinta. Well, there's an audible quiet across the Prince Nayef Sports City now. We are past 8 p.m. local time in Dammam in Saudi Arabia on the eastern coastline. If you listen very carefully, you may even be able to hear the waves of the Arabian Gulf lapping against the shore. We are not far away from the vast coastline of Saudi Arabia. it's what's created some interesting conditions here at the Prince Naif Sports City. And it's been great for sprinters. It's been difficult for people heading down the back straight, and it's aided some interesting performances in the field, certainly. And one of the field events, the last remaining event of the night, still ongoing actually, is the pole vault. And actually, Dwayne, it's rather unaffected by the conditions because of the way the track is laid across the wind rather than into it or away from it. But nonetheless, it's developing a few storylines, this one, and still plenty of twists and turns to come, we think.
Yeah, Khalil bin Zayed is certainly showing his ability as a pole vaulter. Young man who's been 420 so far this year, looking to go beyond that at these championships. That was one of his aims, representing Singapore, hoping to be on the podium for Singapore. Looking to go up against the Qatari competitors who've both been 475 this year. Pole vault, originally for distance, would you believe? Dates back to the 16th century, although there was evidence of it being practiced in ancient Greece as well. There's Khalil bin Zayed of Singapore, and he takes the bar down on the way up. Disappointment for the young Singaporean. .425, the mark that he's trying to clear currently. It'll be a new personal best if he does manage to clear. There's his compatriot, Jung Yun Fan. Now, in certain sports, you aren't allowed to interact with a coach or chat to a coach. In athletics, that is not the case. Athletics, you're actively advised to speak to your coach after every attempt. Now, because he's going at the same height and there's no other competitor going at the same height, he gets an extra amount of time in between. It looks to be a little medical issue here. Oh, there's a big smile for Jung Yun Fan of Singapore, while his competitor Khalil bin Zayed prepares for his third and final attempt at 425.
To get to see, I mentioned how the wind isn't as influential. It's a crosswind, of course, and that's what's fluttering the T-shirt of Jung Yun Fan. As Khalil bin Zayed gets ready for a second go at 425. And Kazakhstan's Dmitry Shurgdin. He's a 460 man as a personal best. So the Kazakhstan Athletics delegation still with hope in this competition.
Yeah, the two competitors from Qatar and the Kazakhstan athlete, Dmitry Shurgdin, the ones who will be looking for gold, silver and bronze, but don't discount some of the other competitors who remain, like Khalil bin Zayed. Sixth Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. Saudi 2025 has seen some glorious moments on the track already, and many of those witnessed this very session. Already the marquee events decided, the men's under-18 and women's under-18 100-meter titles decided in this session. And my word, that men's title decided by 0.03 of a second, separating the top four. Still in belief at how close it was. So, third and final attempt here for Khalil bin Zayed of Singapore at 4:25. And can't clear his best ever mark in the pole vault. That ends his competition.
Now, for the men's under-18 100 meters finals. The medals will be presented by General Dahlan Al-Hamad.
It's time for the medal ceremony for the boys 100 meters.
Will be given by the Brigadier Ali Al-Sheikhi, the Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation's president. In the third place, Ku Cheong Kong Jasper.
Here are the three medalists, separated by 0.03 of a second. Jasper Ku of Hong Kong, China, with a terrific bronze. He came from behind and he finished so strongly. Just pipping at the post Jun Chae-min of the Republic of Korea, who was the unfortunate man to finish in fourth position. Fourth, always the last place any athlete wants to be, but particularly by the slender margins that we saw today.
From China.
The silver medalist won by Dai Hongyu, and by another slender margin, it might have been the gold medal. He was, again, behind with 20 meters to go. He was finishing as strong as can possibly be, and it took, well, testament to his quality that it took a team of at least 6 video officials around about 3 minutes to roll the tape back and forwards and decide who had won this one. In the end, it was this man, Shimizu Sorato of Japan, in a time of 10:38. He won his heat yesterday. He won his semi-final earlier this afternoon, and he has now won the final. His rivals have been getting closer and closer, but they just haven't been able to finish faster than the man from Japan.
Now, kindly rise up for the Japanese national anthem.
It was a terrific 100-meter final. It was decided by the barest of margins. 0.2 to 100ths of a second separating the top 3. And there was just 3 100ths of a second separating the top 4. competition everywhere you look, a fine testimony to the quality of sprinting on the continent of Asia at under 18 level.
Here's the boys pole vault competition, and Abdullah Saad Al Abdullah of Qatar, a 475 jumper at his best this season, entering the competition and finding himself effectively stuck on top of his pole. So no measurement. Well, I certainly hope he hasn't done any damage. Hope it's not too awkward. From Kazakhstan, Dmitry Shradin. And that's going to be a no jump as well. So a little awkward here for some of the favorites for the medals. We've seen competitions over the years where athletes have entered rather late in the day and failed to clear a height. I'm not suggesting that that's going to happen here necessarily, but there is always that danger when you enter at a big height later on in a competition. For some athletes, including Mondo Duplantis and some of the greats like Renaud Revellini and Sergei Bubka, enter at a medium height, get the first jump out of the way, and then sit out the remainder of the competition until you feel that you can come in at a height that you'll be more comfortable with. Speaking of champions, though, another champion is set to be crowned.
And that champion is in the women's 100 meters. Thank you, Dwayne. Gold medal won by China. Bronze from India, and the silver from Sri Lanka.
And the flowers will be presented by Engineer Habib Al-Amin, the CEO of the Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation. In the third place, Arti from India.
Arti Suach raced very well. She might have won the silver medal. Her footing fell or slipped from beneath her just as she crossed the line, giving her an ever so slight edge to her opponent. But she was in the clear anyway for the bronze medal, and India with a very, very important medal in sprinting to treasure from Arti Suach.
In the second place, Leange Dhananjana Sumini from Sri Lanka.
And what a race as well from this one, from Liange Fernando. 11:92, she stopped the clock. She was in lane 4. She was one of the fancied runners across yesterday, across today, and she backed that up. But simply no one was quicker than this woman at any point. There was authority about her performance across every single race. Zheng Qian winning the gold medal. A time of 11:80. She had run quicker than that earlier in the day. Tailwinds were formidable for the sprinters in the women's 100 meters. But they had to handle them well, and Zheng Qian handled it the best. Zhongxian, joined by her fellow medalists, Arti Suach and Jana Fernando.
Back to the pole vault we go. Abdullah Saad Al Abdullah. Oh, comfortable with the height, but he took the bar down on the way over. And yeah, head and hands tells the story. For a couple of these athletes, entering late into the competition is proving to be problematic.
It does have that other factor, the pole vault, that discussion point, that neurosis for athletes about when to come in. I'm not saying again, Dwayne, that this is going to influence anything more than what we've seen it, but for the fans, for those watching on, it's always a discussion point.
Yeah, it certainly is. Certainly discussion points continue. The Singapore team who've really stuck their hands up and look to be competitive. Wonderfully represented by two young competitors in Zhang Yunfan and Khalil bin Zayed. Well, this has always got to be a competition where there were tears of joy and tears of disappointment. There are always going to be records, there are always going to be triumphs, but there are always going to be tears as well. And maybe just one of those occasions here and now. It looks to be some celebration here for the Singaporeans. Khalil bin Zayed is being embraced warmly by Zhang Yunfan. Securing a historic medal then in the pole vault. The order of the day. It's been a good day for Singapore as well. Chloe Chi in the long jump.
It has been fantastic to see that Singaporean flag. It's a nation which punches above its weight in so many ways, and on the sporting stage as well. And they do that again here.
Really not an easy discipline to dominate at a young age. It's very much an event that you mature into. It's a field event that requires so many different disciplines. And in a sense, you're learning to fly. And for these young athletes, some have flown so very high. Others have flown a little close to the sun. Khalil bin Zayed shaking the hands of the officials, of the opponents. There's so many polite young athletic stars who come out of Singapore who will do this, who will go around and embrace all around them. The Qatari competitors were always expected to be in the medals. Al-Balushi and Al-Abdullah, but not quite going according to plan for Al-Abdullah in particular, it seemed.
And Dwayne, it takes a considerable amount of humility as well for someone who can go so much higher than what we're seeing here. Has a PB that stalks the entry list, to be honest, that stands so much further ahead than anybody else. The two Qatari pole vaulters, and yet having to settle for a day which is not quite what they wanted, and yet embracing their rivals from Singapore, who are on the other side of that momentum, of the flip side.
Well, what a session it's been. Golden glory for so many nations. China, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Japan, Kazakhstan, all in this session.
It has been great fun watching on, hasn't it? This was a terrific 200-meter steeplechase as well to round off the session.